otherwise there's literally 0 point. Alright, so today we are doing, hopefully everything looks good in the box. Alright, I haven't actually seen how this looks because I increased the size of the box. Right, I think this could still do with being bigger, you know? Slightly. I think I'll change that a bit more for next time, but I think the size of the box is almost good. Yeah, that looks almost perfect, right? Almost. So, you know. Shit. Today we are looking at... can't remember. I know Reshi had some stuff he wanted us to watch, but... I'm not going to watch Reshi's stuff without Reshi being here, so... because the whole point was Reshi wanted me to react to it. And I guess then again, this does go on YouTube, so maybe screw Reshi. Maybe we'll just screw Reshi, you know? How I didn't actually listen into the audio before. How was it? Was it good? I think that sounds okay, right? But Reshi's here, right? Perfect. I didn't want to start with your content because there was no reason to without, you know, Reshi being here. If Reshi wanted to see something, there's 0 reason to. I still feel like I should increase the size of that overlay thing, right? I need more overlays, but I'm not paying artists because I've said it before, and I don't credit artists. I hate artists. I'm thinking of contacting someone else in the system or forming a connection with them. Huh? So what? Last time I meditated, I had a conversation with someone. You've crossed beams there. That's what you did, right? You crossed connections. That was fun and not a little scary. You crossed mind waves. That's just fair enough. I've never meditated, so I can't speak to it, right? But if so many people do it, why they're all doing it? I've got a fox in Sea of Thieves called Oakley. I love Oakley. Oakley is probably the worst name you can give anything. Like, I'd rather be called like Spaghetti Face. I think they went by Ashley. You're manifesting an Ashley. We need to reopen the YouTube. Wow, look at all this beautiful stuff. Sometimes I'm not logged into YouTube on here, but it does remember some of the things I was watching, so... okay, see ya. Yeah, that's fine. So, but we'll get up thingies. Cedar Bad Driver. I agree. I've seen Cedar Driver and it's awful. Now that I think about it, is this picking up the actual Windows audio? The answer, I guarantee you, will be no. Because... wait. Because I don't have audio turned on. That generally doesn't help. Shit, I don't put that up to there. I put this up to like here. Let's try it 50. And then let's go grab Reshi's link. So... Reshi, I'm not sure if we're going to watch all of these. Because they're like quite long. Should open all the YouTube links in different tabs and show the titles we'll be watching today, right? How long were most of these? We will do that, because that makes more sense to do it like that, right? Right, where was it? Kay's cooking, right? Wait, I saw him drive it straight onto an island, wow. Right, let's grab the links and see if Opera lets me do it like this. Not play. Okay, good. I can hear these though, so these were recommended by your boy Reshi, so if you have a problem with the clips, take it up with him, right? Request a ban and we'll ban on site. If the appeal that he sends in is laughable, I'll also share it. I like Explore with Us. Sometimes I watch their stuff. I'll just get it pop up and then it's great. Recommended by the growing mentally ill man. Hey, that makes for better content, right? I had a profile picture before is I'm happy because everyone loves me. Which wait, we don't want to play any of these. I don't know if I still have the image saved anywhere, right? I'm doing this in the slowest, most dramatic way because it builds to the content, right? I like the ones where they call 911 for stupid reasons, right? That's just better. Deadliest foods in the world. Anything made by Americans. Well, you've got the 96 ingredients that are banned in the rest of the world, so I'm not going to eat any of it. But then again, I can't really speak to it because what was it? Victorians ate mummies, so... But then again, I'm not a Victorian, so I guess I'm okay. They did, that's true. They ordered in mummies because they thought they cured rare diseases. They didn't, but yeah, you know, right. So, what's in the box? How long are most of these videos, right? Some of these are an okay length, some of these are a bit longer, but it's fine, right? Cedar caught the ship in fire. Eh. Right. So when I was meditating, I didn't feel like someone who was in a different... Why is speaking so hard when you see a big box, right? Also, I was meditating. It didn't feel like someone from a different place. It was just talkative. It felt like they were still in my brain. I mean, before the alarm went off, I was losing consciousness. I don't know how else to explain it. I've no idea. Maybe you were high. I'm gonna keep meditating twice a day. Reggie, I think you should try meditating on like marijuana. I unironically mean that, right? But then again, do you live in a state where you can have marijuana? The devil's lettuce? Are you even allowed it? I think you should take it. I don't, if hippies from the 60s all turned out fine, right, from smoking it. I'm not saying become addicted, right? That's not what the recommendation is. But I genuinely think that we demonize something like marijuana too much. Like, yeah, but if we had legalization of it, you know, Cedar left me to die. Oh, I'm banning Cedar, right? I'm unmodding Cedar quickly and then we'll start the video, right? Unmod. We can't have Cedar doing that. Unmod Cedar the Fox, right? Cedar, I mean, it's so irresponsible. Yeah, there we go. Right? Cedar's banned permanently, forever, gone. No more bullying of Cappy. He was being a bitch, so I trust Cappy. He's a responsible mod. Probably not legally. I do not want to try weed or mushrooms or something like that until I know the risk of shit like schizophrenia, because doing hallucinogenics and drawing it a lot quicker. Yeah, the thing is with it, in states where it's not legal, but it's... I don't know about American law, so I imagine it's decriminalized there as well, right? Like it is pretty much in the rest of the world. Like, you're not going to go to prison if you get caught with marijuana on you, right? In places where it's legal, you can typically get it at certain values of THC. Now, the main thing is that the THC value has gone up by, I think it's about 5 times as much, right? In the stuff people smoke nowadays. So if you were smoking the stuff the hippies were smoking, it was small quantities, wasn't really dangerous amounts, right? Nowadays, and a lot of the time you find it's mixed, especially if you buy it from, well, let's say shady businessmen, right? Backstreet Boys kind of stuff. If you buy it from a proper vendor, and this is my thinking, it's like, if we regulated marijuana in the same way people regulate alcohol, and you had, okay, this is the different alcoholic volume of it, of alcoholic level of it, then we wouldn't really have a problem with it. But like, you know, everyone's like, we can't allow people to smoke weed. That's illegal. Right? I did nothing, no misinformation. Yeah, I trust you, Cappy, honestly. I don't trust Cedar. Cedar's irresponsible. The thing is with it, I'm all for legalization of it. The thing is, we legalize alcohol. I'd be much happier if people were not allowed to drink alcohol. And yet everyone makes a case for we should be allowed alcohol. We've had alcohol, right, for so long on this planet. So we just accept that we just have alcohol and it's fine for us. And we know there's health risks and health concerns. So we get it. Yet we've got a problem with a plant that really isn't that dangerous. Now, I'm not saying there aren't risks. There's risks with basically everything. Why do I even bother coming back? You love it really, right? It adds content. Redeem remod a mod. Is it not working? Because Mix It Up crashed, apparently. I was wondering why that wasn't working. I went to go check, right? Bro got scammed. It isn't working. Mix It Up crashed. I think you crashed my Mix It Up. I can see to give it a sec. You'll all get sharp points, right? But no, I'm all for... Again, I will always reference this as someone who studied criminology, right? I was all for legalization. To be honest, I couldn't really meet an individual in the classroom that wasn't, right? Most people are. Most people are for legalization. Imagine the command got effed and it's just unmodding everyone. Yeah, honestly. No, Mix It Up crashed, so that's why it wasn't working, Cheddar. I guess it just crashed in the background. Unmadeng. See, it's weird because the brain knows what you're trying to put. That's how cool the human brain is. I saw you put the word unmadeng, and then I still knew what you were trying to put, right? And it's like, that doesn't mean anything. What you put is just wrong. Like, that doesn't mean unmodding even slightly. Am I back? Yeah. Well, now you are. You now have privileges. Basic human rights intact. Right, so let's see if the audio levels on this are good. Because this might be completely louder than I am. Right, I'm assuming it will be. I'll put it in full screen if the audio sounds good. Right. How's the audio sounding? Imagine squishing Cookie like that. Right. Alright. As long as first letter of the word you can figure it out. Exactly. That's what's so stupid about... Not stupid about the human brain. Right.
This is concerning. Why is it so fluffy? Is this thing
of the word are the same. Yeah, it's just pattern recognition. Right. And let's just put it full screen. I'm assuming someone would have screeched at me if it sounds good to me. A little quiet, maybe. Right, we'll bump up the volume if anything.
I don't remember, but those like little fluffy centipedes. I saw one on the door outside.
Right.
Yep, that's probably what they're called. Cat, like
right, let's put it up to like
no, wait, that's way too big to be a caterpillar. Wait.
65.
I think it's a...
There we go, right. So turn the video audio up at pause when you're talking. I'm going to. Right, we're just testing audio. I'm gonna restart anyway, right? A little more volume. Right, let's put it 75 quickly and then see how that sounds, and then we'll restart the video because we want to get the most out of this, and I gotta milk for content. So, right, that's the option.
Not scaring me.
How's that sounding? Right.
There is something really terrible about reaching into a box without knowing what's in it. I hate this.
Wait till you feel it.
I don't want to. Just fucking rip.
Right, I think that should be good, or is like there still more audio needed?
It's not a spider, I'll tell you that much. How does that not feel like a spider?
Wait, let's hear it back. Good enough. Perfect.
I'm gonna whisper so they can't hear. I'm gonna say pipe cleaners.
Right, okay.
What mousetrap this is.
Alright, let's restart this video. Maybe I'll turn it up to 80. Right, let's just... Right. Let's put this on 80. If only I could have just like default like logs through the settings. There's probably a way I could do it. I guess I could bump it up in here as well. Also, last thing, and then we'll start the video. Why is it when I go full screen on Opera, and I haven't tried this with other browsers, notice how it comes across the overlay, right? Notice that. For some reason, Opera gets bigger. I don't know why that is. I'm not sure. Maybe someone has a clue. I've not tried this with other browsers. Maybe they all do this, right? But I don't know for some reason. It comes. Look at it. It's bigger than the overlay slightly. It gets bigger. Its size increases. The bigness of the box increases, right? So, like, look. I'm going to make you small. It shrinks. See? It fits in the box perfectly. You go full screen, limitations gone. It's a scam, right? What if I was to put... No, I don't think pop it out mode would work, right? Then again, I won't even pick up pop it up mode, will it? You can't put that in full screen, so... I guess we can watch it in cinema mode now. We're going to watch it full screen. I don't mind the overlay being slightly over anyway, so that's okay. Cedar put a bunch of water in the boat. Cedar!
It is
Right.
so ominous to put your hands in here.
Box video gone wrong.
Something that's supposed to be wet typically.
Something that's supposed to be wet typically. Apparently that's Cedar's boat, right? The insides of the boat as well. I don't know why Cedar keeps putting water in the boat. I remember this art from the Discord. Yeah, I know. The art was intended to be an overlay. I just got sidetracked and drew something. I make all my art so I don't seem lazy. I'm not like an artist or anything. I used to like art. Wait, this is a story time. I used to like art. I had a cool art teacher and then he left. Story over. I did really good in his class, right? First year, I shit you not, 100% on my final piece, right? After that, all the art teachers sucked ass and they all were like, oh, I want you to change your style because it's not what the board wants. It's like, shit, what do you mean is not what the board wants? I just don't want to make bunch of stupid looking art. Right? So I basically lost all my interest in art because of one teacher who was a bitch, right? And I still hate her to this day. If I ever see her again, I'm gonna smack her. Because seriously, it was like, oh my god, you're not drawing an A1 piece of work every night. You clearly don't want to be an artist or you don't enjoy doing art. It's like, no, I do. I just don't want... I didn't like using colour too much, right? I've started enjoying using colour a bit more in art, but that's kind of it. She ruined art for me. I hate her. If I ever see her again, I'll smack her. That's not a joke. Stay away from the streams, miss. You know who you are. I'm not going to say your name. No doxing. Charlie? That's not Charlie, right? Charlie could be Dutch blind, that's what he is. I mean, that is clearly, from what we heard, a centipede. Right?
Oh, there's something here.
I mean, that...
This is a bird.
Wait, actually, you know what's perfect about this? We've got 2 Australians. 2. Right? 2 in the chat to tell us, to describe what animal this is. Is this... Well, this isn't the highest quality it could be at, right? Nothing changed. Australians, right? You two. Stop playing with thieves, right? What is that? What kind of dog is this? In terms of aligned audio, should def be turned up a little more, 10 or 50. We're almost at maxed audio, so we're gonna have to start bumping it up through OBS, right? Ball-eating death spider. Let's put this up to like... You know, screw it, Opera at max, right? If this isn't bad, if this is fine, then good. If not, we'll just ban Cedar, right? The ball-eating death spider. I like the tinfoil it's got, right?
This is concerning. Why is it so fluffy? Is this thing alive?
Pipe cleaner spoder.
It is. 100% I feel it moving. I can feel a heartbeat. Okay, I think I know what this
Is that Moist Critical? No, this is Jesus.
Okay.
Right. That's not Moist Critical, right?
Yep, I think yes. I think
It look, does that look like Moist Critical? Right. That literally doesn't look like him. I'm not convinced yet. He'll have to do something Moist-esque.
What are those fluffy centipedes called? I don't remember, but those like little fluffy centipedes. I saw one on the door outside. Yep, that's probably what they're called. Cat, like the fluffy caterpillars.
Right.
No, wait, that's way too big to be a caterpillar. Wait.
What is he on about? His head looks taller. Origin, why are you watching yourself? I don't even have a beard, right? If I could grow one, I'd have one. That's the sad part, right? But I need to get a haircut because I need to get my passport done. So I'm gonna have to be baldaging, right? I'm gonna go full bald. No, but I don't know, did Moist Critical always have long hair? I've always had long hair, so yeah, I think he copied my style. But he's like 70, so probably not. That was also a great frame.
Dead bird.
That's a dead, but he thought that was a dead bird. So what did the Cedar called it? The ball-eating death spider, and Reshi said pipe cleaner spooder, and he thinks dead bird. So, I mean, I'm no expert on this, but I think we're gonna give this one to the Australian here, right? Who was the closest. Right.
I'm on edge because the knocks scare me.
Why did
There's
knock scare
something
you?
really terrible about reaching into a box without knowing what's in it. I hate this.
Wait till you feel it.
I don't want to. Just fucking rip.
Charlie had a lot of people telling him to give him a haircut, so he just said no a few guys and grew it out so we could see it today. Hey, I remember him when he had short hair. Like, I don't know why he always looks like a villain with short hair. Telling him to get a haircut. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I don't dislike having short hair. I don't dislike having long hair. There are definitely advantages to short hair, though. I generally think short hair looks goofy, right? I do. I think most people's short hair look goofy. I don't know. I've never been a short hair enjoyer. I mean, I know it's out of people's control sometimes. They're clearly balding, right? That's different. I mean, when people choose to get, like, footballer haircuts, like, you'll see a lineup of kids, right? Just from any generation now, and they've all got this footballer's haircut or insert footballer's haircut, and it's like, wow, you guys are all so original and unique. Like, congrats, you all have unique hair.
That feels like spider legs.
Fucking psychopath. It's not a spider, I'll tell you that much.
What? That's legitimately not a spider. I mean, to be fair, he's not wrong, okay? Also, what a frame to get this on. He's not wrong, okay? He has a point. From my hair out, and now it's a length where I'm growing it down and not out. So over time, it becomes less of an afro. You got an afro. Mine's just long, right? It's like, but my hair always, like, on some days just looks so good, and then other days just decides to just die barely afro.
Why does it not feel like a spider? Now that you put it in my head, it could be a. Oh, you're right. I didn't even consider.
I'm gonna whisper so they can't hear. I'm gonna say pipe.
But it could be technically constructed as one. Nah, mine can't do that. It's just too different.
He just fucking ripped it.
Aaron, right?
It's a little like Halloween decoration spider, a little goofy like.
So everyone comes to the conclusion that it's a spider, except for Charlie, who's just like, nah, that's a caterpillar, that is. Right? Look, I don't know. Maybe it's just like, maybe it's very deceiving pipe cleaner. I mean, I'm not an expert on this. Charlie is touch blind. I can tell. I figured he would be, right? I don't know why. It's just, you feel like it's a character trait.
He just destroyed both of you guys.
Yeah, that was a speed run.
Yeah.
That was literally speedrun walks in, says pipe cleaner spider, right?
It's gonna fiddle me?
Yeah, you're
Hell
gonna.
yeah, dude.
They both were much more brave.
What the fuck was.
That is pure bravery. That's just pure bravery, okay? That's like, didn't even flinch. That's like, that's literally horror film level stuff. Reaches into the box. Oh god, right? But I imagine, again, we're going to use the example of Australia, because I imagine this is what it's like to live in Australia, and it's like you go to turn the light on in the morning, shit, what did I just feel? And oh god, what was that? Was that death-eating spider number 26, or was that just my kid, right? Who's just up this late? Shit, what could it be?
I don't like that at all, bro. Jeez.
I could tell he didn't like that.
It's like pipe cleaners, but like on the end of it's like gooey.
Gooey? What part was gooey? Did someone leave a little gift on there for someone? Huh? As you can see, by the way, sorry, the height, it would appear that they've clearly disadvantaged Charlie. I mean, they've clearly made the penis spider. Is that its name? That's the formal name for it, right?
Yeah, I don't know whether-
All these three are clearly wearing high heels.
Like a little alien with pipe cleaner ears. I don't know.
Crawls on your dick and feeds on your baby bait.
Okay,
Cedar's now perma-banned for life.
Oh, God, is it alive? Am I allowed to ask that? No, okay. Oh, this is like, yeah, okay. Alright, okay.
There's no way.
Little guy. Is it like a pipe cleaner spider?
Is this a proper thing? I mean, like, I get they're getting the pipe cleaner part, but the fact that they just determine it's a spider and stuff over, like, anything else, is this, like, a proper thing people make in, like, school? Shit, I never made one of these. Is this, like, a thing people grew up making so they instantly recognize it? I don't think I've ever seen, like, an actual pipe cleaner spider. Like, maybe there's a decoration for something, but I can't think of one. I'm sure someone probably had something. Most people just bought decorations over here for Halloween. Penises, spiders. What a sentence. That's just because the 8 splayed out legs. Ah, is it? Like, I'd probably be able to feel pipe cleaners. You know, we used a lot of pipe cleaners in primary school. That's like their favourite teaching tool, to be honest.
Exact same.
So basically,
I can't even look at it.
I was in there gripping that bad boy.
Is it like a...
Ooh.
wow, that looks
Now we know what
terrifying.
kind of game we're playing. It's not as hardcore.
Right, okay, it did actually have 8 legs as well, okay. Just making sure, right.
Well, I guess that was round 1.
The next.
Alright, time to step it up. Now I know it's kind of Weenie Hut Jr. stuff.
To be fair to this, I think they should have let Charlie go last. Because last time his guess was just so rubbish, they should have just let him go last. So you can see everyone get it, and then him walk in and confidently be wrong, right? That would have made this better. Why'd they make him go first, right? He could have walked in, got it wrong after everyone had just got it correct, right? But or maybe they just want to go show how literally everyone else already knows what it is except him.
Fuck is this, like a little cactus or something?
For like what? Did it just
Is there
move?
something alive in here now? No.
Does
it's
he-
not here. What?
Does he think everything's alive?
That's something alive.
Yeah, that's a spooky, scary animal, right? Shit. That's like legitimately terrifying. I hate when the toilet brush attacks me.
It's a turtle. It's a big fucking.
It's a turtle.
with Glued, prickly spikes on. I don't know. That was more confusing because now my whole.
Don't let it bite you.
This is a, it's not a plunger, but you use it to, like, clean a toilet bowl, sort of.
It's just the pose he's in as well. Shit, right, like, look at this. Says turtle with spikes, right? Says it's a toilet brush. I mean, like, what the hell is that? Like, I mean, this is just pure skill.
I can't remember what it's called, but the brush, toilet brush.
I love how
Charlie comes in here and his brain turns off. And then Aaron comes in here and is like, I've felt this like 20 times before.
It's great.
You got it.
Do you think he's gonna flinch again? He's so flinching again. Blind, I'm trying to say. No, I believe you. I just. Sorry, the guy that like flinched the shit out of that from pipe cleaner, right? Pipe cleaner killed him. Toilet brush is fine. Gets it's a toilet brush. Maybe they're just trying to drum home how touch blind he is by making him go first, so that everyone that walks in is like, well, I'm gonna get this.
This is how... Ooh. I'm gonna take a wild guess. I'm gonna take a shot in the dark here and say it's a toilet brush.
Just like,
It is just so ominous.
I still can't believe he said spiky turtle.
Don't scare it.
They could have reset it so he could actually find something, right? They should have moved that back over.
That's gross. Is that a toilet bowl cleaner?
He's rubbish at this. I don't
Everybody
think.
got it instantly except for Charlie, who had an existential crisis when he was feeling.
I'm too fixated on things being alive.
Well, I don't think it's gonna be alive because we haven't seen, unless Chelsea's just hiding like a cat.
An animal.
Right. Oh shit.
Time for the comeback.
What do we think he's gonna guess? I don't know.
Items.
A frying pan or something. What's he gonna guess? It's a taser he's gonna think.
You fucking kidding me with this?
What is it, Charlie?
It's the electric fly swatter.
Oh my god, I'm actually surprised he got one. I think that's been more of a shock so far, right?
You got some fucking nerve. Is it bad?
Nope.
Okay. Dude, is it alive? Okay.
They're all alive.
You alright?
I think it's killed him. It's short-circuited him.
You have me worried.
Nah, dude. It's fine.
To be honest, if you get shocked, there's only a couple things it could be. Yeah, that's a valid point. But
Wait. What is that? I
What?
have no idea what that is.
did he?
God, this could be my round.
Wait, I have no clue.
All he's got to do is get shocked by it, then he'll know.
Oh, Jesus Christ! I think I have an idea of what it could be now. Hold on, I gotta go in for one more. Just to make sure.
That's brave.
Okay, yeah, that's what I thought it was.
He hasn't said what it is.
Electric fly swatter?
Right. Okay, good, right.
This part. Once you oh.
The worst part is putting your hand in the hole. Right, that's just the worst part.
Sorry, Matt.
That was pretty immediate.
What is that?
The snack that smiles
You
back.
gotta go back in.
I don't want to go back in.
I think there's a sex joke in there, but like my content's too wholesome to bring it up, so no sex jokes today.
Fuck, what's that? How do you not know what that is?
To be fair, if you've just been shocked by something,
Am I?
I don't know how many. Yeah, really.
Oh, wait, is this like a bug swatter that?
Yeah, isn't it actually technically called a bug shocker? Because it's not. Is it just exclusive for flies? Like, surely. I mean, is the actual name of it a fly swatter? Shouldn't it be a bug swatter? Shouldn't it be? It's got multi. You can use it as a kid swatter if you want, right? If your kids are annoying. So why is it called a fly swatter? Think about it. Like, because the ones they use with the lights on them are for moths, right? More. But those have the same technology employed. Why is this one just for flies? Shit, there's also, I think it's called an electric bug zapper. Yeah, see, that makes more sense. Right? That product, at least. Exactly. So they should have all been marked down because they all said fly swatter, and this has applications of being a... Screw it, you could have it as a human swatter.
God, that was a good one. That's a really good one. Oh, I think I moved it to the right a little bit.
To the right, huh?
Hey, Aaron's got this straight up.
Ow. It's a fly killer. Like a...
Holy shit. Is Aaron a plant? I'm going to continue to call him that, right? He's got to be an industry plant. Look at that face, okay? That's an industry plant if I've ever seen one. There's no... He walks in, gets zapped fly swatter, right? Immediate response to this information.
One of the rash ones that kills flies.
Hold on, I'm not sure though.
Is he like trying to gain some like...
My heart rate when I touched it the first time, fucking skyrocketed.
Was it?
You know what would have been funnier if it had shocked them and it didn't have an impact on them? There was no response, right? They would just chill with it. That would have been truly terrifying. The one guy who didn't flinch when it went off, they tanked the shock, right?
Off until I activated it.
No, it's like they
Because I was fiddling with this. I thought it was like
I think it's how much we have to apply some pressure.
By the way,
to it.
I'm eating an egg in the background, so if you're wondering what that is, this is a professional stream.
There's something on this plate.
Wait, I'm gonna make a guess what I think he's gonna say it is. Eyeballs. Just human eyeballs, straight up, right?
It's something gooey, like wet.
Yep, eyeballs.
Is this a testicle of some kind, maybe?
Oh no.
It's like a giant grape. It's not a piece of poop, right?
He literally said, "Oh my god."
It's like a giant olive. It's like a big fucking grape that's oblong.
Could you imagine if it was a grape, right? No, that would be too simple. Right?
I'm just gonna do testicles. Some kind of testicle.
Give me the testicles.
It's a grape. It's actually.
Charlie is the worst human at this game at all. Like, legitimately. The fact that not only he got it and then was like, nah, testicle. Right?
What the fuck?
Was it scary? Be honest.
No, it's just frustrating.
Oh. Okay. Oh my god.
Nice thing about this stream is I get to just eat stuff as well during it.
What the fuck is that?
Well, technically, it's grapes on a platter, you
I'm
know?
afraid. Genuinely scared. I'd like to phone a friend. Is it like slime or something? I'm gonna give it one more college try. I'm gonna say a last guess and then I'm done.
Man tanks the shot,
Where did
but
it go?
can't tank the grape, okay?
Yeah, it's slippery.
You gotta make a guess.
I'm gonna say it's a stinky turd. I don't know.
This is... Why is a grape so difficult to guess? A grape, right? Gets fly swatter, gets toilet brush, gets pipe cleaner spider, misses grape, right? This is going to be the master test. You know the worst thing is, like, they're not even, like, close-ish so far.
I have no idea.
Just a grape.
Oh, it was a grape.
I'm guessing the grape from this is just the one that kills all of them until Aaron walks in.
Ooh. Ooh.
What the fuck is that?
That's what I said.
Come on, man. Stop being a bitch. Stop being a bitch. Stop it!
Charlie literally said what it is, then picked testicle. I know, the fact that he said grape like twice and was like, nah, I'm gonna go with the testicle. He was like, no, that's definitely like a grape or something. And then it could be like a grape, but it's like slightly wrong shape. It's like, yeah, it's a grape though. I mean, they're like, they're not perfect shaped over anywhere. I've never had a perfectly shaped grape, so I don't know why it couldn't be that. I mean, at least if they'd gone with like some kind of berry-esque thing, right, you know? But the fact that we got testicle and stinky turd so far.
What are you? Oh, wait. I'm getting through this.
You got it. Just
Oh.
go with your gut.
I'll say grape.
Holy shit, I'm actually shocked someone got it. I was really thinking with this one how it was going is that like no one was getting it. So I'm just kind of shocked that someone is. Holy. Oh, Aaron's got this. Come on.
He's just going in. Man moves.
Oh, wait a minute. This is.
Oh my god.
Is it something that's supposed to be what typically?
What a question. That's a meme face. It's the fact that he walks in and just picks whatever it is up immediately, right? Like, no one else is doing that. They're all just pussying out. He walks in, grabs it, literally just gets a good feel of it, right? So, of course he's going to get them easier, because he's actually being sensible about it.
This is a tomato that you've like sliced into, like sliced the edges off.
Shit. Wow.
It's really weird.
Aaron failed me.
Is it bad?
No.
It's a
Yeah.
box.
That's a like subjective term.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't want to touch it.
You got it.
Oh, okay.
It's just the reactions immediately.
Is it a fucking plate?
That's safe.
I mean, technically, he's not wrong. If you say plate, I feel like it's kind of unfair to not get that. He is touching, like, a little plate. Shit, that's a valid response.
You're gonna touch it?
I thought it fell.
He isn't wrong. He is touching the thing in the box, you know? I feel like that's fair enough. I'd give him the point.
Stop, what are you doing?
I'm trying to find it. It's on the ground.
No.
The fuck it? The fuck it? Mozzarella ball, is it?
To be fair, mozzarella ball and tomato were closer than no, yes, they were closer than testicle and shit, right? Like, genuinely.
Your guess. Sure.
No.
That's the smallest grossest mozzarella ball ever.
I'm concerned with the mozzarella balls you're eating. It's a grape.
Gut instinct.
What do we think Charlie thinks it is? Shit. You gotta think in his terms. What would a Charlie think it is? Damn. Trying to think of like some product or something. Let's give him a sec, see what he mumbles. Those are just the gummy worm things, aren't they? Shit, he's gonna think this is like live worms, I get. Nah, live worms would be too sensible. I don't know. Spaghetti.
God, what are these called? It used to like the Halloween thing. No, not the Halloween thing. It's fishing bait. It's the fake worms. Yeah.
The room's stinky.
Yep, that's why it's in my wheelhouse.
Yeah, stinky stuff.
Oh my god, he got it right. I'm shocked, right? I was eating egg there. Or sentence.
Oh, this is like fishing bait, like worms.
Worms? So,
I'm a tactile kind of guy.
Same.
everyone knows what worms are, apparently.
Yeah, I've used that a couple times in my day.
You know.
They're all fishermen.
Myself after my grape fiasco.
Look, Aaron, pure balls to it.
Can't get in the box fast enough.
Exactly. No risk.
Interesting take. So it's definitely of a worm variety.
He hit it like he's a scientist. This is definitely of the worm variety. Wait, he's gonna name the species in a sec.
Is it connected to something bigger? Is it just a bunch of worms, like possibly for like fish bait?
So the answer's worms. So as long as they say the word worms, they're good. They don't have to say like fish bait, right? They just say the word worm, they're good.
Stop, dude.
I would have accepted plate.
You'll actually, I'll be honest. You just put your hands in there.
You're gonna puke. And
You're gonna,
shit.
bro's gonna blow.
Puke and shit.
Yo,
Holy.
Chunks and chunder, baby.
You know, and then that's what we're guessing in the box.
Careful,
This
don't
is
shit your
next time I'm
pants.
coming with headphones. Like this is bullshit.
Actually, that'd be such a good one. Put like
I was
a
gonna
pile
say
of
that's what
puke.
we went next round. We had to guess.
Nah, he's not getting this.
Uh-oh.
He's twiddling his worms, right?
It's our poop, buddy.
Not gummy worms, but some sort of like rubbery worm. Not edible.
Well, now hang on about not edible, right? Hang on. Just because it's made of rubber doesn't mean not edible, right? Okay, I bet you could eat one. I could eat one. I'm sure you could, okay? That's just pussy behavior. Come on. You're not trying hard enough if you think rubber's inedible.
Puke and shit.
You just gotta try harder.
Texture thing, because this is like one of those.
Please do not eat that. Storyline recommends you do in fact eat that, right? They're tasty. You can even season them. Put a little sprinkling of sugar on it. Bang. Delicacy, right?
Do you have like a problem with
Shit.
human vomit in a box?
Yeah.
That's human vomit. Vomit.
Fuck? What the hell? Are those like gummy worms? Rubber snakes.
See, they look like gummy worms, to be fair, right? But like, I'm not feeling them, right? They did look like gummy worms. That was my initial thought. Sight alone. Redeemed hydrate, right? I'm sure once you feel them, they feel all plasticky and shit. Which, to be fair, I've had gummy worms that are like that. So, I don't know. Maybe I would have stuck with gummy worms. But considering one person said worms that was accepted, I would have been right still.
Rubber worms. Okay.
Hey, what the fuck? You had 4 guesses.
Yeah, this is great.
Yeah.
I think everybody got that one.
I can't.
Holy shit, around where everyone got it.
Look, call it must be Armageddon because I fucking knew those were damn worms. Not the damn worm that rubbers.
Alright, what are yours?
Alright, that is gonna be... What's he gonna think it's gonna be? He guessed testicle earlier. He guessed turtle with spikes. So this is gonna be... shit, like a human heart. Human heart we're going with. Final answer.
It's a piece of meat. No. No, it's meat. I can feel it tearing as I do this. What the fuck am I even looking at in my hand? I'm just gonna go. It's like a piece of raw meat.
Also,
Shit, even he. Ah, if Charlie got it, we know the rest of them are gonna get it. Right, there's no way.
like a fake scream, like something got you. I just want to see if we can psychomatic.
Just everyone scream when the next person comes in.
It's such a good plan.
Ooh. That's some vapors coming out of that. Okay. I don't want this. It's meat. It's like a steak, but strip from the feeling that out there.
Honestly, Aaron's like the most logical on this. Just walks in, grabs this shit. They literally could get this guy so many times.
I've only missed one so far. I'm kind of cooking.
Wait, before you knock, bang on the table like you jumped or something a little bit.
Oh!
That was great. Yeah, that was
Yeah, they
great.
bought that.
There's no way they didn't buy. Ooh.
Raw meat.
Brave. Heart of a lion.
Hype yourself up. You got this, right?
Picture of like me or something. I'm doing like a dominance kind of gesture to it. It's like I'm presenting. What
They should have put a crab in the box. Tell me otherwise. They should have put a crab in the box. Imagine they put a crab in there. That would have been a great idea, right? Could put a glass panel across it, crab in the box.
did I hate that? God.
That would have been quite funny.
Food? What is that? I'm anxious.
Everyone's
Is it
anxious.
like a steak or something?
That's the point of this. Nah, lobster. Shit, if they put a lobster in it, it'll kill him. Considering how big lobsters are, look at how tall Charlie is. The lobster might have won. I think crab for his own safety, only the crusher claw, not a strap claw. Yeah, exactly. Could you imagine? Right, they put the fly saw in. They should have just left the taser in there. See who tasers themselves first.
What was that?
They're never gonna know if they just tap it. This reminds me of food tech from school.
What is that? Why is it so stretchy? I'm gonna guess steak.
At first I thought it was.
I think he essayed that steak. I think he genuinely did. Ugh. Human. Nah, he's guessing strange weapon. What kind of weapon could that be? They should just put a disassembled clothespin in there. They should just gotta put something dangerous in there. They should have actually put a cactus in there, like unironically.
Oh, this is a whisk.
Does Charlie like gain brain cell?
Whisk.
Got him right. Let's see if we can beat this. I'm dialed in.
It's a whisk.
Come on, quick, go, quick, go.
Speed run.
It's a whisk.
I guess they just started making it easier, right?
Whisk.
Good run. We all got it.
Actually, what's in the box like relay race? Like team v team would be kind of sick.
Right, to be fair, they must have made it easier after the first one he guessed with. I don't know what he guessed
Great
with.
work, boys. Is it a we look over, it's
Pretty
just
cool and a lot of raw meat on it.
Yep.
Alright, I think that's it.
Yeah.
Let's
I
fucking
think
end this video. Hey, great touching shit with you, boys.
the
Right.
points are gonna matter because after we do more of these, whoever has
Perfect.
the most out of all these games is gonna go through a punishment game, and it's pretty
What?
serious, severe.
It's like
Moist's getting punished because of that then, right? 2 weeks ago. I've never seen anyone confuse a toilet brush with a turtle before. Valid, I've also never seen it, so, right. Onto a very different style of video recommended by, the man Reshi. We may have to adjust the volume a bit, because this one seems a bit louder. So, right, which is fine, you know. Who cares? Let's just lower this a bit, because I know these videos are slightly louder.
Now we got minute.
Nope.
I haven't.
Nope.
I'll give you information.
Nope. Turn
Right,
around. before I
let's
tase you.
just-
Turn around before I tase
I
you.
feel like this one I'm
Turn
gonna
around
have to
before I
stop
drive you
less.
dirty.
Right.
I ain't gonna tell you one more time. You're making me mad. I will tase you. Get in the car. Get in the car. Get back in the car right now.
Man skipped one. What one did I skip? I put in all the ones you sent me, huh? But what one did I miss? Wait, let's go back through the messages. Right. Huh? The tabs at top. Huh? What's in the box is the one, right? You're in 3, not 2. Yeah, I've got YouTube open, right? That's just an open YouTube. I hadn't put the actual list in. This isn't one. This is just YouTube. So, oh, what's the it was literally just open YouTube, and then you said put in all the actual tabs. So, yeah, I was like, oh, actually that makes more sense. I was like, I can't be bothered to close it because Opera's got tab snoozing, so it's just like it only cares about the tab that's open. So
Back in the car right now. Going once. Going twice.
at least I prefer seeing him walk over with a taser drawn than like an AK-47 to just nuke the guy, or whatever. Which in a lot of these clips you do see them walk over gun drawn, and I understand they have to have their gun drawn and stuff in a lot of these cases. Not all of them, but like a lot of these cases. I can't even imagine that, right? Shit, it's weird because when we went up to London, seeing guard because obviously in London, obviously you've got the King's Guard and you've got like police there who are fully armed. And I know like for anyone that lives in the States, that's normal. There are people with guns, right? So you're missing 2 more vids. I copied all the videos I got through Discord. Right. All the ones I see there. All the actual links that have popped up. I just copied all the links that popped up. I'm not sure why Discord's not showing me the others. Right. There's links from the message, but no thumbnail. Oh, okay. We'll grab those afterwards
In the
then.
car right now. Sit down.
Depends how long this takes.
Hey, sit down. You sit down right now.
We still got, like, we're on to the second video.
Sit down.
Right. The caps have 5 thumbnails per message. Oh, does it? Okay, that makes sense.
We got a gun.
Right, like, shit, like, why do people who see someone walking over with a taser at them think they're not gonna use it? Right? They're trained to use these things on you. They're trained specifically to use them on you. Just go with it. Like, I know there's corruption and stuff, but go with the police. What do you think's gonna happen? What is your goal here? There is literally, you know, you take this. If you think you've been wrongfully injured by the police, you sue them. Look, I know not every police officer's perfect. I know there's obviously cases of bad cops and stuff. But like in so many of these cases, it's like, what are you trying to do by not giving in? Even if they're in the wrong, right? Sue them. If the police are in the wrong, sue the police. You can do that as your right. You can do that in pretty much everywhere. Sue the police if they got something wrong, right? Get a lawyer. Don't do this, because what's the point of this? If you get tased and pinned down, you don't know their health risks. Could kill you. Straight up. Tasers aren't full. I mean, they could kill you. Why take the risk? I mean, literally.
Allegedly stabs a fellow Walmart shopper in the neck with a needle. And then
Shit, that is actually terrifying though as a crime. This is why, like, people don't understand that, like, spitting at someone is considered assault. If you spit at someone because it's bodily fluids and stuff, it's like that same thing. It's why spitting is straight up assault and battery. Even if you could say, well, I didn't hit the person, it's like, yeah, honestly, it would have probably been safer if you just hit the person than spit at them. People that spit at people are disgusting. It's just something you see in sports quite a lot. And genuinely, if you get caught spitting, it's a bioweapon if you have HIV. It, like, just straight up, even if you don't, spitting should be considered as if you have every known disease to man, right? That's how it should be treated in the law. It's absolutely 100% should be treated that way. If you're going around spitting at people, you should assume that they have something, and then charge them as such, right? Like, it shouldn't be, you know, well, I've not got any rare diseases to transfer to people, so it's not that bad. It should be treated, and you should go to prison straight up, it's assault, right? It literally should be, because it's disgusting, and people that do it, this is that same kind of vein, but like, well, vein's quite appropriate with it being a needle.
Exit out of the store, cops pursue her into the parking lot, not having any idea of the absolute insanity they're about to encounter.
What do they mean, not any idea? Did they not get informed of any of this general stuff?
At his local Walmart in Duluth, Georgia, encounters another shopper, a woman in a yellow plaid shirt. The young man, who we'll just call Tyler for the sake of his privacy, is browsing.
Woman allegedly injects man with mystery substance inside Walmart. Yeah, it's great.
I feel a sharp pain on my neck. I walk up close. I feel a
Of course, it's in Walmart.
So you need an ambulance? I'm not totally sure if
She told me I have 5 minutes. Like, straight up, like, if someone tells me that, I know that's like, it's you know, hearsay technically is what you led. Oh, no, not hearsay. That's just what he's saying she said. I mean, I don't know, this is his testimony versus hers, but shit, you should treat that as if that's like, very serious. And of course, it's in Walmart. I don't know much about Walmart. Walmart's really this bad? Well, I always hear jokes about Walmart, but is Walmart really like this kind of awful? Like, does this happen in like, I'm sure it happens in loads of places. America's very big, right? So, you know.
5 minutes. She said something about poison and Narcan. I went and bent over. I felt something, but I didn't see her do it. Again, we kept talking. At the end of our conversation, she told me that in 5 minutes you're going to get this poison agent out of here with Narcan. And then she started laughing. And then I rushed to the front so I could talk to the customers or the...
Just shit. Like, I'm sorry, but imagine you're the employee working that day and some man runs over to you and he's like, I've just been poisoned by one of your customers, right? And you're just a cashier thinking, the hell do I do? I mean, like, what can you do in that situation? What can he do, to be honest? I mean, like, I don't even know what you can do. I mean, look, you'd prefer to not be near the person who has supposedly poisoned you. I mean, you don't know if they actually have or haven't, but that's not really what you're thinking. You're just assuming they have. Shit, you run over going, oh, I've been poisoned. Damn.
The clerk's here.
During this call, the woman abandons all of the Walmart items she's been gathering and swiftly leaves the store.
Well, she was buying stuff. She didn't finish buying her stuff. She was buying things. You're joking. That's unbelievable. Or was she just faking it to make it look like she was doing something there? Because the idea that she actually genuinely was like looking for stuff in the shop, then decides to poison someone, right? Like, why?
Causing two loss prevention employees to follow her as far as the sliding doors. They pause in the parking lot as they're hesitant to follow the woman in the dark, who they can barely see getting into.
You expect her to have some common sense when she stabs someone with a needle. Yeah, but I'm not expecting her to have common sense. She stabs someone with a needle, right? But shit, why buy things? What's the purpose of this?
Into a blue Ford.
I'm guessing we'll get more context on it.
Officers Holiday and Blackwell arrive on scene.
So, I've just realised he's dressed as a roadman. Holy shit. Bro, it's nice to see that outfit style has crossed the borders, right, across the pond. I mean, shit, it's weird. Classic roadmans.
The joints that got stuck in the neck.
That's what it felt like.
It's kind of nice, though, to see, right? Shit.
Since the 1800s, attacks with hypodermic needles have become a prevalent phenomenon and are often referred to as pinprick attacks.
It is absolutely terrifying, these attacks, though, because they are so, like, terrifying. To be honest, it's like, in cases like this, you feel like this could do a lot more damage than being just stabbed. Like genuinely. There are cases like this where you feel like it's probably less awful to just be stabbed by someone. Probably dead within the next 3 minutes, right? I don't feel like he is, because he seems to be able to talk to them and stuff and all that. I mean, it doesn't seem like it's had some great effect. But that's not the point, right? She should be charged as if she had given him a, like some what's it? Why can't I think of the word? shit, we had that what was it? That stupid chemical attack, right? On that Russian guy, the Russian spy over here, where he was found dead, chemical agent or something, right? You should be treated as such.
Essentially, these attacks involve one person stabbing another with a needle and syringe full of a dangerous substance or a sedative with the intent of taking advantage of them, or with a contaminated needle for the purpose of transmitting a blood-borne illness. Clearly, Tyler
That is terrifying though as well. Yeah.
What he may have been injected.
Yeah, as he absolutely should be. Like, shit, again, that's an example where you probably think you would have just rather been stabbed. Like, I'm not even joking when I say that, because, like, you think biggest fear is immortality, drowning, getting stabbed by someone random with some mystery substance. That's the thing as well. Like, if you're stabbed, as bad as that probably is, you have been stabbed, right? It's a cut, so they know what it is. They can see what it is. It's a cut, it's a wound, it's open. You could get paramedics in there. They can try and stem the flow and stuff, block the... If you've been injected with a mysterious substance, the thing is, you don't even know what they're going to be able to do. How the paramedic, how do they respond with that, right? Because the paramedic now has to figure out all the things you could have been injected with. What could it have been? How could it have targeted? What is it targeting? You're now going to be living with the concerns that... I mean, at least with the knife wound, and again, we're just assuming you get stabbed once, right? And they leave, or they either leave the knife or remove the knife. At least you know you just got stabbed. You know, at least you could say that. At least the paramedic, when they come in, go, okay, they got a stab wound. Let's clean this up. And I'm not saying there won't be any complications afterwards, but PSA, if you're stabbed, do not remove the weapon. Yeah, that is a very valid point. I would assume, though, if you've been stabbed once, chances are they've removed the knife themselves. If it's left there, you have a better chance, right? 100%. If there is a knife in you, keep it in you if that's an option, right? As weird as that sounds, right? That's an actual PSA. That's very valuable advice. I genuinely find it baffling that is... It feels so illogical to say that, but it is 100% true. Keep the knife in you. It will stem some of the bleeding. It's 100% the safest thing to do. And it seems so counterintuitive. I've just been stabbed, so the thing that has caused me this damage, I'm going to leave where it is, right? It goes against all logic, but it isn't. It makes sense. It's why when people go, I've got common sense, and then they do something that's like against logic, because common sense is not logical, right? Common sense is what you think is logical. Common sense would say you remove the knife, right? That's the point. So you can't always trust common sense in situations like this, you know? What you think you know, what knowledge you think is the right thing to do is never pretty much the right thing to do, right? So, yeah, it's just...
She's over there in a blue truck.
Yeah, like a blue SUV.
Jeez.
Well, he said the Explorer, right?
Shit, I wouldn't know the car models.
Going to jail. Don't hold up.
I mean, I get what she's saying, but the fact that she's like, if you hit me, you're going to jail, right? She's like, oh shit, this lady's just stabbed someone with a needle. I don't really think that's a concern of her.
That means stop.
I'd assume that means stop, right?
That means stop. Put the car in park.
That car is not in park, I don't think.
Hi. How you doing?
This is 72-year-old Jay Carswell.
Good, good. You in this car by yourself?
She should point the flashlight in his eyes. 100%. Right? Because then she could check if he has a gun. 100%. She should flash it in his eyes. She can then check. She can lean in. She's allowed to do that. She should walk over, point the light in his eyes, and then check. See if it's immediately apparent. I mean, I know she can't 100% rule out he has a gun, but this is a place where guns are a problem. So 100% this flashlight should be planted over his eyes, right? Then she should do an initial search, just based off what she can see within reason. I mean, she can't get in the car, he hasn't necessarily done anything wrong, but I'd check 100%. There was a crime committed. You got reason to believe the guy could be dangerous. 100%. I see he's covering his face and stuff. I understand COVID exists. I'm not one that's like one of these deniers, but he's got a mask on and stuff, right? She doesn't have all the information about this guy, right? He's in his car with the mask on. I know some people are just a bit protective of certain things. That, to me, I would 100% flashlight in the eyes, check the car, right? Just have a look at it. Because let's say then he pulls out a gun and shoots you. You wouldn't want to take the risk. But, you know, that's just my thinking on it.
Where's your friend at? Sitting in the back. Can you roll your window down? Can you roll that window down?
Again, and this is the part where you wouldn't want to, like, again, because you couldn't see through the back window. I know that's why, obviously, certain cars have, like, tint levels that you can have the windows out. Like, you can't just have your windows full blacked out unless you get, like, it registered in a lot of places. Again, I don't know all the laws for other countries, so maybe in certain countries that's not a law or an effect, but and over here, if you want certain tints, that's a violation. You can't have it too dark, right? I'm not saying it is extra tinted, but...
Where's the front at? Hi. So, put the car on park, please.
turn the car off again.
Okay, so ma'am, I need you to open that door nicely, and I'm gonna ask you some questions in regard to why I'm here, okay? I'm gonna get out of the car. Huh?
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah, just if you could, just answer my questions so we can, you know, get it moving. And sir, can you just put the car in park, to the car off?
The fact that he hasn't put the car in park, it is still not doing it. It's just kind of strange, right?
Appreciate you.
Yeah, there we go. Finally.
Were you guys together this whole time or no? No. So where were you? You was are you waiting in the car? Okay.
On the other side of the vehicle is Officer Holliday. A woman matching the witness's description exits the SUV.
Hi.
Hey.
Oh my God, it's her.
55-year-old Jennifer Keenan.
Good. So what's going on tonight?
It's the lady.
I buy some things and I changed my mind because they wouldn't come over and check the computer, and they don't have chat pay, and I wasn't going to scan, and I
Two
didn't have enough
masks.
money on me to pay for it.
Okay.
So I
Double mask.
Okay. Do you have an ID or anything on you?
No, sir, I do not.
Okay. No worries.
Okay. And what else?
Did you have a conversation with anybody while you were inside?
I didn't do anything wrong, sir.
Well, that's what we're trying to figure out. Did you talk to anybody while you were in there?
No, but you want to go back in?
Sorry, I hate this. Why wear the mask and then not have it cover your nose? I mean, seriously, do people not know what the mask's for? Well, I mean, like, it's not covering the nose. What's the point? Like, if you're gonna wear the mask, you should have it covering the nose. What's the point if not? That's the point of the mask. It's airborne diseases and stuff. It's not just like, you know, because, well, your nose isn't gonna pick them up, right? Like, literally, like, this shit, like, this is why, like, I'm all for people wearing masks in time of, like, mass outbreaks of things like this. But in cases like this, it's like, she's not using the mask correctly. So what's the purpose? And she can use it to mask her identity perfectly fine, with no repercussions to herself, right? While not even using it for what it's supposed to be used for. And that's actually just so irritating that criminals can utilize this. And the thing is, being allowed to wear a mask is a good thing. You should be allowed to wear these masks. It stops spread of diseases. But she's not wearing it right. Shit, that annoys me more than, like, you know, if people are in full, like, ski masks and stuff.
This is interesting because while
I mean, she's
Jennifer
probably on
claims that
something.
She didn't speak to anyone in Walmart. Just seconds before, she claimed the employees wouldn't check her items on the computer. How could
Wow.
the Walmart employees refuse to check her items if she didn't talk with anyone?
That is strange.
What's your
I
name?
didn't do
real quick?
anything wrong.
What's
I
your
think
name?
all the Walmart employees are lying.
Right, but I'm sitting here asking you a question because somebody accused you of something.
Okay, no, they did not. I didn't do anything wrong.
What do you mean, no, they didn't? He didn't ask you if you did anything wrong. He said someone accused you of doing something wrong, which doesn't mean you did something wrong. It means someone accused you of doing it, right? You could still be innocent at this point. You just answer the questions. It's not how hard to do.
Pointed you out directly. Vehicle and description and everything, okay?
I don't believe that.
Well,
I didn't do anything wrong.
That's what we're trying to figure out.
Okay, let's go back and let's talk to the person.
Well, I'd like to find out who you are first.
The state of Georgia maintains a stop and identify law. If police suspect someone has committed a crime, they can lawfully order the subject to identify themselves.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, honestly.
Warrants or something?
No, sir.
No? So why don't you want to tell me who you are?
Well, I want to know who's saying something.
Yeah, I mean, and this is one of the things. I massively do agree with the COVID things and stuff and wearing masks. I mean, they do it in some Asian countries, like where they all wear the mask and they're completely cool with it. But it's like, if you're gonna have stuff like people being allowed to wear masks like this, then the ability to stop and search people needs to become more of a priority, because now you've got people who can fully mask their identity with a mask that they're allowed to wear into buildings that they wouldn't normally be allowed to wear a mask into. Now, I know some buildings have a policy against that, where you just can't go in. Some things move digitally, but like, she like has why she's put the mask on. It's like, obviously in this situation, it's not for COVID, right? Screw that, or any other airborne disease. She's done it because she wants to hide her identity. Simple as that, and she can use it under the guise that she's trying to be a genuine person, when she clearly isn't.
Well, we'll go check that out in a minute, but I'm dealing with you first.
Well, can we please go in there?
No, we
do
can't.
all this
Because I'm sitting
together.
here talking to you.
I didn't do anything wrong.
I
That's
love
what we're
that.
trying to ascertain, okay? But I'm
I
saying
didn't do
you don't
anything
want to sit here
wrong.
and help me in any way, shape, or form.
I am helping you.
No, you're not. I'd
Just
like to know who I'm
answer the
talking to.
questions. It's
I
more
didn't buy
suspicious if you
anything, I
don't.
didn't steal anything.
Okay.
Excuse me?
Yes, ma'am.
We're not accusing you of
Is
stealing.
anybody here on drugs?
I'm not.
Or
I
is
get tested pretty
anybody-
regularly.
Is anybody there on drugs?
Well, that's what we're trying to
doesn't-
I feel like
Okay.
that's
We can go
projection
about this a couple
for
different ways,
someone
but I'd
who's
like
on
that you're a little more
drugs.
cooperative.
Okay, who's your boss?
Who's my boss?
Yeah.
Right now, it's me. He's tied up on something.
Okay, well, I'll
Okay.
wait until your boss gets here.
Okay, you know what? We
This
can
is
definitely do
crazy.
that.
I mean,
Okay.
I didn't do anything wrong. What's
I
his name?
don't. I also don't get what the purpose of that is. You're just gonna wait here so they have more time to investigate. Shit.
What's that?
What's
I'll
boss?
tell you what, I'll have him come here and talk
They
to you,
get
okay?
more people
Sure.
down there to
Order
figure out what's
117
going
or
on.
111. Can you be en route?
And you work for Duluth?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I've got a friend of mine. We're dealing with a death right now.
Dealing with a death doesn't mean you get to go
Conversation that
stab
Officer
people.
Blackwell approaches Officer Holiday and the woman, who continues to deny she's done
I love
anything
this
wrong.
channel, by the way. Explore with us. It's such a great channel. I love watching these
I
interactions.
didn't do anything wrong.
So you're not getting that information?
I didn't do anything wrong.
Okay. Last time, so you're not getting information. So I'm clear?
I didn't do anything wrong.
Okay.
Okay, we're not checking for that.
I want to know who said something about me. I want to go talk to that person because I didn't.
Nope.
Okay. Turn around. So now we're
Hold
gonna.
on.
Now
Wait
we're
a
gonna.
minute.
Nope.
I haven't.
Nope.
I'll give you information.
Nope. Turn around. Before I
Nope.
tase you. Turn around before I tase you.
What did she think was gonna happen? This is just like unbelievably deserved. Just answer the questions they have. Again, if they got it wrong, sue them. You can do that. That's your right. You have freedom on your side. Okay?
Before I dry slam you. I ain't gonna tell you one more time. You're making me mad. I will tase you.
She deserves to get tased. I'd
Get
tase her, right?
Get back in the car right now. Going once. Going twice. Get in the car right now.
She hit it like it's an auction. Holy shit, right? Damn. I like this officer, right?
Sit down. Hey! Sit down. You
See the
sit down
stuff
right now.
police deal with as well.
I will tase you for obstruction. Sit down.
In an effort to maintain officer safety and
Yep.
prevent interference with an ongoing investigation, the officer may order the man to get back in his vehicle.
Yeah, she seems
Failure to follow a
perfectly
basic
reasonable
order
to
in a
that.
situation
Yep.
such as this can be construed.
She's even got her taser drawn, right? That's being a great officer. She doesn't have a gun on the guy. She's got a taser, right? You know, sensible. So she doesn't have to shoot the guy dead if he does anything. She can just, and again, he could die from a taser shot, but, you know.
55 2 units. Can we have a code 7, please?
I'm going to tase you. You understand that, right?
Get on the ground! Get on the ground!
I didn't do anything.
Good.
We got a gun!
Right.
I didn't-
Wow, they dealt with that well. Right. See? And no one got shot, which is always a nice thing to see.
Get on the ground! Stop moving! Stop moving!
do anything.
Stop moving!
I didn't do anything. I didn't.
Sit down!
Give me your arm. I'm
Wait, this was in Georgia. Does Georgia have, like, it's not open carry, is it? Wait, she had it concealed, though. Do you have to have, like, licensing for concealed carry? Right, I didn't see it, so it was concealed. I don't know all the states that allow you to just open carry guns and stuff, so I don't know if Georgia's a state where you have to have it, like, just, like, locked up or something. I don't know all the different, because each state has different regulations on it.
You better not move.
I'm gonna hurt
Code
you.
7, please.
Don't know what a code 7 is, right?
Jay!
Jay Quick.
Jay!
Hey! Stop
Yeah.
Do something right now. Do something. Stop it.
I mean, in this situation, though, now she's kind of in a bad spot, because if he's got a gun and she hasn't checked, right? Well, and, like, she doesn't know what he could do and he's in the car, that's why she's got the flashlight on. And again, that's why she's pointing it I can't speak, at him. So he can't really see where she is.
I'm making sure she's
Stop it.
whether you like it or not. I got the right to look at her. They'll pay for these.
If you reach, I will
Yeah.
chase you.
Stop.
They'll pay for it. Well, then sue them if they're in the wrong. That's what you have the right to do.
I didn't do anything.
Stop moving.
I didn't do anything.
You don't seem suspicious, lady, in the slightest.
Moving.
I completely side with you.
Put your hands on the steering wheel.
Be quiet.
Keep your hands on the steering. You turn that car, I'll tase you. Get out the car. Get out the car.
During a detention, officers can remove the driver of a vehicle as well as occupants in the midst of an investigation.
Yeah, because again, he is obstructing it, and he's posing a risk to her safety and the other officer's safety.
Get on the ground. Right, I ain't got a damn thing. Get on the ground. Tase the boy.
She was unbelievably patient there.
Get on the ground. Stop reaching. Stop reaching. Stop reaching. Stop reaching. Stop reaching. Get on the ground right now.
And again, if she could see more of him, 100% she doesn't fire the taser. 100%. Right? She only fired it the second he turned back around.
Tase the boy.
Because she doesn't know what he's reaching for. I mean, he could just reach for anything. He could pull out an RPG and just blow her up. Like, she doesn't want to take the risk. Why should she? She held off till he turned. Right? I mean, it makes sense.
Get on the ground. Stop reaching. Stop reaching. Stop reaching. Stop reaching. Stop reaching.
Seems perfectly reasonable.
Get on the ground. I'll tase you again. Get on the ground.
The first additional officer, Major Wilson, arrives in a
Major
police pickup
Wilson.
truck, which he promptly parks in front of the Explorer to prevent Jay from driving off. He runs to the passenger side to pull Jay out as even more additional units pull up.
Holy
After
shit.
They pull Jay from the vehicle, they find he too has an unholstered handgun tucked in his jeans, and they promptly confiscate it.
As they should.
Comply or you will get tased. Comply or you will get tased. Okay.
Holy shit. This officer's moved in quickly, right? For the guy who's being detained. I mean, again, I understand it completely, but right, like shit.
I ain't done a damn thing.
I think the other officer did a better job.
I did not. I told you I was concerned about her.
Yeah, that's why you jumped back in the car?
Yep. What? I've never understood this as well. When people complain that handcuffs are hurting them, if like that's the point, they're not meant to be for comfort, right? They are meant to hold you in place, right? They aren't meant to be comfortable. People that say, "Oh, they hurt me," it's like that's the point. You don't want to be in handcuffs, right? Don't argue with the police, then get put in handcuffs. What do you expect's gonna happen? Or they're lying.
Nobody accused you of stealing anything.
The needle's right there from the car.
That's a pen.
Okay.
Nobody accused you of stealing anything.
Yes, they did.
No, they didn't.
No, they didn't.
Yes, sir.
Those words never came out of my mouth.
What did you say then?
Said you had accusations you stabbed somebody. That is a far cry.
I don't understand that. I don't understand.
What does she mean? She doesn't understand what stabbing is, right? Like, well, what he's saying. I mean, well, you can tell obviously there's some kind of disconnect there, because like, then again, maybe she's just play acting to.
Both suspects
Holy shit! There's a lot of police.
Searching the vehicle, their efforts punctuated by the odd declarations from Jennifer.
Trying to buy some flowers.
Yeah, I did something with cops because they were people trying to stop right there and play when I was.
Yeah, no, I got you.
Some other guy came up to the car and he looked like he was gonna rob us.
Oh, that's all of a sudden. What was the other guy planning on robbing you? So you stabbed him in the shop, right? Based on what? Based on what was he gonna stab you for? Right? That's the thing. I mean, it's like. I always find that weird in these, specifically when they suddenly start giving additional information about what what they now thought was actually the case, right? Like, oh shit, I actually did stab someone, but they were going to rob me, so it's actually okay. Like, the police are now going to side with you.
Do you have gloves, Canales?
There's some other guy that came to the car and he was gonna try and rob us. Okay?
I don't want you to step on
Oh,
this.
suddenly that becomes important to say.
I'm gonna send him right here with your property, okay? Okay. Everyone take a breath. Jesus, calm it down.
We didn't steal anything. Somebody said we stole something. We didn't steal
No one
anything,
said that, my god.
We didn't steal anything.
I think we're code 4 here.
I don't know what all the codes refer to, so...
Anything. Hold on, I want to talk to my friend. I want to talk to my friend.
If you don't stop resisting, I'm gonna drag you.
I want to talk to my friend.
Nope, not an option.
I want to talk to my friend. No, I want to talk with my friend. I want to talk with my friend.
Keep
I
searching.
didn't do anything wrong.
I got it.
I feel like she did do something wrong.
Excuse me?
I'm not talking to you. Just sit there.
I don't do drugs.
Clearly, yeah, I know.
Yeah, no one said you did drugs, right? You just stab people with needles. So it's different. It's like a different game, you know?
Yeah, whatever.
After the officers finished searching Jennifer,
Oh, did they
she's
find
placed in the back of
needles?
a
I
squad
wonder.
car, still protesting her innocence. Though they're unable to locate a needle, doing so is not required. In
No,
order to
I mean,
carry out a
literally.
lawful arrest. It's definitely not unusual for a suspect to ditch evidence that
Well,
could be
exactly.
incriminating.
Like, it'd
The
be really
officers
stupid to say, oh, if you don't have, you know, the gun that they use to shoot someone, you can't arrest them. Because that's not a point. It doesn't matter. If you can prove with all this other evidence that they did it, but you can't find the exact thing they used, it's irrelevant. You don't need 100% of the evidence to arrest someone. Especially arrest someone.
We take photos already?
Not yet.
You got 10 people standing around.
Well, I don't.
Looking at you. No, I'm just kidding. Go
I
ahead.
might say I was trying to.
Sir, how you doing?
I'm doing pretty good now.
Yeah? Got your adrenaline up?
I had it.
You have any more fight in you?
No, I'm not trying to fight. I wasn't trying to fight yet.
All right.
You kind of were, though. You reached for something, and the officer was correct to,
Well, your friend over there, your lady friend's real concerned.
You got gloves on,
so.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't have any.
Mind if I take this probe out of your chest?
I don't mind at all.
Once Jay is also placed in the back of a squad car, officers begin.
I'm doing pretty good now. Well, he did tank the damage, right? But again, like, I'm sorry, again, this is, if you know you live in a place where guns are a problem, and a lot of people have access to a gun, then 100% you know what's going to happen if you're in your car, the officer's vision is obscured, and you turn around and reach for something. Just count yourself lucky that she was using a taser, right? Because she could have had a gun. She could have just shot you and back. That's it. You ain't coming back from that one, right? So again, are you... I mean, obviously these people aren't in their right mind, though, are they?
People ever have clean cars when they commit crime?
Holy shit. What a car.
Underneath the many piles of trash, officers find 3 fully
Oh
loaded
my
guns.
god, right? Good thing she had the taser equipped. Exactly. She a really good officer there, right? She had the flashlight out so you couldn't really see much. She was watching him at all times. The second he turned around, she doesn't shoot any sooner than she needed to. I think she probably was overly patient. She waited till the perfect time. Like, the second he turns, it's like, at that point, you don't know, shoot, right? I imagine they have to go through a lot more training and you know, it's nice to see an officer that's not, you know, just prepared to shoot everyone in every situation and waits till the proper time to shoot, you know. Trigger discipline.
2 shotguns and a rifle.
Holy
all in
shit.
hunting sleeves. Paramedics arrived shortly thereafter to check on Tyler, the alleged needle stabbing victim. And while he described himself as shaking hard, the EMTs didn't find obvious injury and released him. They instructed him to visit the hospital.
Yeah.
As symptoms grew worse. EMS
That
checked
is
Jennifer Keenan.
her mistake on that's the thing. It's like, it feels so weird, like that, like in this situation, like over here, if that happens, the ambulance is called, they take you and they take you off the hospital and they rush you into A&E and stuff and all that. Like, it's just so strange that over here the paramedics show up and they're like, yeah, you should probably go to a hospital. but you got to pay. I don't know. Like, I'm sorry, but like, I know free healthcare has its problems. 100%, I will concede that point. I don't think free healthcare is entirely perfect, but just the idea that this could happen to you, and then you just get nothing at all, right? They're just like, hey, we gave you the check over because if you take a ride in the ambulance and stuff, you get like the idea that you get charged for an ambulance trip is just shocking. Like it just feels ridiculous. And I mean, like, hey, if everyone over there prefers paying for healthcare, then I'm fine with it. You know, I don't live there, so if people prefer that, then great. But I think that free healthcare makes more sense.
And
That
J.
everyone
Carswell
pays
declared
for.
them medically cleared, at which point police transported them to the Gwinnett County Jail. Although no needle was seen on body cam footage, Jennifer Keenan was held on multiple charges, including aggravated battery, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony,
Yeah.
and obstruction, according to police. At the time of this video, both Jay and Jennifer remain in jail.
Ooh, these look like friendly people. I think it'd be really fun to be whoever does the takes the mugshot pictures, because like they're really good at capturing people in their worst light. It doesn't matter who you are, you go in there and they still make you look worse. Right. Wait. What order was this in? Was this another explore with us kind of thing? Let's do this one next, then we'll go back to shit, wrong thing. Right. Let's open that back up. Let's do the other explore with us one. It's not explore with us, but that kind of thing first, then we'll do this one. So it seems logical. No. Another police-related one. Let's just do it like that, because that makes more sense, right?
You call 911? Did you say you killed two?
Right. Shit. I think that makes more sense when suspects try to seduce the police. I can't believe seduction doesn't work on police officers. Right.
Or something like that? Okay, how old are you?
Hey, a man in a blue hoodie just pulled a gun on me. Okay, and is he still there? Yeah, he's...
Man calling the police on himself to do something unthinkable. What did they mean unthinkable? Is he going to shoot someone? Or is he going to fake him being killed or something? Or is he going to fake someone else being killed? Shit, it could be anything.
Over 600,000 911 calls are made daily. A large number of these calls aren't actual emergencies.
Yeah, no, I imagine that there's a huge amount of prank calls. Being a dispatcher for like the emergency services must just be such a difficult job. Like, genuinely though, they have to gather a huge amount of information with not much more than a phone call and be able to determine who's genuine and not. I mean, it probably doesn't get enough credit for what it is, but like it is pretty difficult to just, you hear a call that could be completely disingenuous and you have to be able to determine, you know, what's going on and try and ascertain a lot in a situation. It truly must be one of those jobs that's like really like difficult, like genuinely difficult, because people are like, there are messed up people out there that will lie about stuff, and then you get like no intel off them, and you need it because the more info you have, the safer the officers approaching are. The more you know about a situation, the more prep time you have. You know, if it helps Batman, it'll help you. So shit, you need it.
4 cases of people who dialed 911 for bizarre reasons, starting with the craziest of them all.
Oh
It was an
god!
unbelievable scene.
Why wouldn't you do the craziest one at the end so that people watch the video, the whole video, to get? I know people can skip forward, but surely you put the craziest thing at the end, not the beginning.
Indiana, when 18-year-old Wyatt Beckler made a very disturbing call to 911, which he happened to record.
Oh.
410 Poplar. Hey, a man in a blue hoodie just pulled a gun on me.
Did he pull a gun on himself then? Is he seeing his reflection or something?
Is he white, black, Hispanic?
He's white. The weirdest thing happened. Beckler reported an armed person threatening people, then described himself in detail, which essentially amounted to swatting. However, swatting...
I mean, technically, is it? Shit, I mean... Does that count as SWAT? I mean, I guess there's probably nothing in effect for it, so swatting's the closest they have.
Typically involves the caller targeting someone else, not themselves, which made this very odd. Police officer Andrew Fry was sent to the location. Upon sighting Beckler, he drew his weapon because reports indicated the suspect might be armed.
I got a male in a blue hoodie right here at Poplar.
Again, that's something else that like is just strange, where it's like, look, I know we have, like, again, we have officers over here that are armed. That armed officers on just in America, and if you say there's someone with a gun in this country, they will send armed officers. But it is crazy to think that just every officer is armed, so like this could unfold so quickly over there. This could be a single officer, right, or two officers thinking someone's armed and just. It's why I think it must be so difficult to police in some places in America, because of the fact that like anyone could be dangerous, very dangerous.
Get your hands real quick. Come back here. Hey, come back here. Get your hands up. Get your hands up. Let me see your hands.
He's walking northbound.
I mean, like, you have to do all these extra steps that you don't really have to do in other countries. Like, you don't necessarily have to check from as much like this. I mean, they still have tasers in a lot of places. They still use tasers and employ tasers in other places. So it still seems fairly good, but it's just, yeah, it's just crazy.
Hoagland is refusing commands.
This officer was under immense pressure, as police officers are generally advised to use non-lethal force on suspects. However, the fact the suspect might be wielding a gun made the whole situation very tricky.
Exactly. That's the concern, isn't it, really?
Get your hands up where I can see them. Keep your hands up and walk back to me now.
I got one at gunpoint.
As you should. Come on.
Keep your hands up.
Like, that must be the bit that's just...
Keep your hands up. Face away from me and keep your hands up.
Does he not understand what that means, right? Like, keep your face away from me. It's like, it's not that hard to decipher.
Keep walking back. Keep walking back. Stop there. Get on your knees now. Keep your hands on your head. Get on your knees. Stop.
It appeared Beckler was attempting to provoke the officer into using force.
Yeah, I
However,
think he
it took
is.
a shocking turn when the suspect suddenly did this.
Get on your knees.
Holy shit.
Get on your knees.
I don't even know what gun that is. Has he got two guns? Oh wait, is that a taser? I can't really tell from here. I don't have enough gun knowledge. I think that's a taser he's with.
Beckler attempted to pull something out of his pocket, prompting the officer to shoot him 3 times.
Shots fired, one down.
Beckler was discovered to have had a knife. He was rushed to the hospital, but the gunshot wound proved to be fatal.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know what you're supposed to do in that situation. Maybe he could have tased him, but the problem is he wasn't that close, and prongs on tasers can fail. And if the guy's got a gun, he could swing on an officer and shoot him, and he doesn't know what the guy's got. So, like, what do you want him to do? I mean, and people might say, oh, that's ridiculous. He shot him. He didn't have to shoot him. And why'd he shoot 3 times? I don't know. You shoot till he's not a threat.
Investigations revealed Beckler's mental health issues, along with his online activities of watching and researching murder by cop videos. The prosecution office deemed the officer's use of force justifiable and did not press charges.
Yeah, they seemed reasonable. I don't know why you'd assume otherwise. He held off as long as he could. From how far away the guy was, the taser probably wouldn't have hit him if he decided to pull a gun, you know, within reason. Now, I mean, look, I'm not saying that a taser wouldn't have worked on him, but I'm saying if you're the officer in that situation, you're probably not thinking in that way, and I don't know if officers are trained to think in that way. It's only reasonable for you to use the taser in a situation where it's safe for you to use the taser over just shooting them dead. Well, not dead, you're not supposed to kill them necessarily, just stop them being a threat.
Beckler's case was quite sad, but the person in the next case could be considered the strangest to ever call 911. On January
Doubt
3rd,
it.
2023,
Imagine there's
police
stranger,
officers
but you can't show those on
received a
YouTube.
complaint about a man whose auto work wasn't completed despite making full payment. As the officer approached the complainant, he could immediately
Isn't that just a civil dispute? Sue him.
I had a breathalyzer thing in my car that needs to get swapped out every month, and they do an evaluation on it. I paid for it over the phone by credit card, already did all that, and now he won't do the work on my car when he's already got my money and everything.
Huh.
How you won't do the work or what?
Yeah, he told me he wanted me to work.
But like, what's this guy attempting to argue? If you want your money back, go on Judge Judy. Like, seriously, like, what do you think that show's for? This is a small claims thing. This is a civil matter. This isn't something you should call the police on, right? This is something you should be fined for. You've wasted police time because you're upset about a payment dispute over an item you think you own. You don't own the item or whatever. It's not your thing. So stop complaining, right? And yeah, that's the thing. It's just ridiculous.
To get his breath alcohol ignition interlock device checked out, which was a red flag in itself. These devices are typically court-ordered for DUI offenders to operate a vehicle. While police aren't supposed to profile individuals based on appearance or situation, this individual had too many things off about him.
Why are you so much? Because it's hot. I've been sitting in the car for an hour and a half. I got no AC.
Just keep your hands out of your pockets while we're talking.
I called you.
Nah. Why aren't police allowed to profile on certain things that they can observe in a situation? Surely that's the point. Surely they're supposed to look at things they can see in their environment. Surely that's what the training's for. Surely they should be able to look at an individual and say who's more likely to do what based off body language and stuff, or how, like, literally just visible signs of something. I mean, personally, you could tell him to remove the sunglasses to check his eyes, see if his eyes dilate or anything.
I treat everybody the same way. Not no disrespect.
He was sweating a lot, which he attributed to the heat, and seemed tense when asked to take his hands out of his pockets.
Why would you be
Subsequently, the
tense
officer
about
questioned
that?
The mechanic, whose testimony was an eye-opener.
What's going on?
He doesn't
Trying to
want.
get him out of here, you know, and when I was doing the download, his camera didn't work, okay? And then all of a sudden he blew up on me. Oh, the camera's fine, right? I'm like, I'm on the phone with tech support, trying to remedy the problem. So he got all in my face about it, and I just said, look, I don't need this. And I just packed up my shit and got off the truck, and I pulled it in. I said, you gotta go somewhere else.
Most DUI interlock devices are equipped with a camera. These devices detect the driver's breath level and prevent the vehicle from starting if the level exceeds 0.
That is actually interesting. See, like, I mean, I'm sure they have these over here, but I don't know.
0.02 blood alcohol content. The cameras are there to ensure the driver conducts the test genuinely, and tampering with the cameras is a very serious offense.
I imagine so, right? If you tamper with the cameras, you should just never be allowed back in a car, right?
Look at the camera face right there, and you just touch it. You can feel the tape residue left on it. I told him he better stop doing it. I keep telling him he's tampering with it. I'm like, okay.
Did you drive in here today?
Yeah.
While it wasn't confirmed that the driver personally tampered with the camera, the damage itself raised suspicions.
Yeah.
The officer returned with additional questions.
Well, to be honest, it doesn't matter if he's tampering with it or not. That's not what's being checked for, right? He's the owner of the car. If it's being tampered with, that's on him entirely. It's not up for... It doesn't matter if he's tampering with it or not. It's completely irrelevant. His car, his responsibility to not have someone in the car that's tampering with it. He's responsible for it, right? Doesn't matter why. Doesn't, you know, you can't have, even if it was a kid doing it in the car, you're responsible.
He says my camera's disconnected. He's like, oh, the camera's disconnected. I was like, no, the camera's absolutely not disconnected, and if it is, I don't know anything about it. We got to get in the computer and check diagnostics on this. But then he tells the guy that
disconnect, I mean, what, like unplugged? Right? Generally, if your computer's not turning on because it's unplugged, you don't have to diagnose the issue. You just realize that it's not plugged in, right?
sticker or tape or something over the camera part, and he starts telling him he can't do it, this and that. Long story short, the guy got his money. He got paid into it.
Why are you so nervous?
I'm not nervous, dude. I'm frustrated.
Your pupils are pinpoint.
Yeah.
I'm high as hell. Is that what you want to hear? Can we get
so you drove here high?
He drove there high. Well, how high was he? Was he a reasonable level of highness? Right? I mean, was he an unreasonable level of highness?
As hell to get
I'm not high, dude.
You just said.
I was being sarcastic. I was just trying to move this along.
I'm not paid to sarcasm.
I got high after I got here.
Well, you admitted.
If you say I got high after I got there, no officer in the world is going to believe you. Anywhere. They're not going to believe you. I'm sorry. No officer's going to go, he's probably telling the truth. Okay? He's probably being honest. No way he's not. That's so dumb. That's so dumb. What do you expect they're going to say? Like, yeah, okay. Oh, good joke, right?
You just got high after you got here.
And you didn't take that as sarcasm. No.
The driver can't seem to stop making bad decisions. Firstly, calling the cops while potentially intoxicated, then admitting to driving under the influence of drugs, and later asserting that he was being sarcastic.
Wow.
I know.
How you gonna get out of here?
I'm not even hiding. What are you talking about?
Put your hands behind your back.
For what?
You're being detained. You said you
For
just
what?
got high,
For what
so
am I being?
Suspicion of narcotics.
That's not illegal.
What you mean is not illegal, right? I imagine that you said you're high, you shouldn't be operating a car, right? And the fact that you said you're high suggests you've taken too much or something, possibly illegal. I think it's fairly reasonable.
This is crazy.
Right? They're not paid to deal with some
He was
idiots
only
say that they're
being
high.
Suspicion of possession of narcotics. However, in addition to the series of bad decisions, he made another one, which made matters worse.
What did you do? Beat up the officer?
Possession of narcotics? Possession? Where's the possession at? Where's your possession?
Hey, have a seat.
No.
Have
Where's
a
the
seat.
possession at?
Have a seat.
No, dude. This
Have
is
a
crazy.
seat or you're gonna go to jail.
You're trying to do that. Let me sit out here like a normal person. If you want me to... No, what's your suspicion?
What does he mean? What's your suspicion? The suspicion's that you have narcotics on you. You just said you did. That's why they're suspicious of you. It's no secret.
One last
That's not illegal.
Sit down. Sit down.
Wow.
Dude, get the leg in.
Did he break the car?
Actually, come on back out. Now you're getting searched incident to arrest.
Why am I getting searched?
Obstruction of justice. Officer without violence.
I'm not resisting.
You just did.
He literally said without violence. You are resisting. You're being obnoxious. Which is resisting. You're making it difficult for them to check. Which is resisting. I mean...
How did I resist?
You're going to jail, my dude. I had a chance.
What a reasonable person.
His situation
What do you mean you're
deteriorated from
breaking the law?
to now facing arrest for resisting.
No. Dude, you know my dad's a Fed. You know my dad's FBI.
Oh no.
And you're gonna still arrest me on these bullshit charges? You know what he's doing's fucked up, man. Hey, let me talk to you.
No.
You know what he's doing's fucked
Get your
up.
foot in the car.
Come on, dude. You know what he's doing's fucked up.
No,
They
I don't.
searched his vehicle and discovered an unidentified substance, which was later
I thought they were pointing at the Mountain Dew. I thought they meant the Mountain Dew about the unidentified substance. Holy shit! Right? I thought it was Mountain Dew. Which, I mean, I wouldn't let someone operate a car after drinking Mountain Dew.
confirmed through testing to be marijuana.
So you're being arrested for resisting
Ooh.
without violence. Okay.
Hate when you get charged with that.
It's been recording this entire time.
Okay, great. I'm taking it to trial. I swear to God, I'm
getting
taking it to
a-
trial.
Yup, that's your right.
So, without being without anything charged against me, just your suspicion, I can be placed in handcuffs and put back at your...
Yes, literally yes. People need to understand that. That's entirely what the suspicion aspects are. Don't act suspicious, then you don't get arrested, right? It's very simple to not get arrested. Most people go through their lives without getting arrested, right?
My safety, absolutely.
Absolutely cannot.
Yep.
I can sit on the curb right there, just like this, and you can...
Well, you're the one in the back of the car in handcuffs, so...
That's fine. You're under arrest. I'll see you at the jail. Move your foot.
He was booked to jail and was charged with resisting without violence and additionally received a civil citation for THC possession.
Ah.
If you're enjoying this video so far, please don't
No,
forget to like
don't
and
ever
You
subscribe.
might think that last
Bad for you.
suspect was a little
Unless it's
off
my
base and making
channel.
jokes about being high, but wait until you meet Eric Sims.
Always subscribe to my channel.
Slammed my phone on the ground, jacked me up on my shirt, and told me to get the fuck out of there. Yes, I want him arrested.
On June 8th, 2022, a Wisconsin officer responded to a call at a business in La Crosse from an employee named Eric Sims, reporting an assault. The officer made contact with Eric Sims, unaware of the kind of individual he was dealing with.
Incident today.
I don't even know where this is gonna go. The others have been great, so I imagine this is along the same vein, right? This should be good, right? Hopefully.
Officer? Yes, I want him arrested.
Okay, well.
Well, I want him arrested. Well, we don't know what he's done.
The owner called me about a call I did this morning. And she's trying to say that I could have towed the car. I tried to explain to her why I couldn't. She got
Keyword should. Exactly, right?
mad, hung up on me. I came over here to try to I was coming over here to talk. I got to the door.
What? So he was yelling at her, right? He was yelling at her. What does he think? That's pretty unreasonable to be just shouting at
I was
someone.
yelling at her. Her son came running out of the bathroom.
So I beat the shit
jacked
out of
me
him.
up on my shirt and told me to get the fuck out of there. Fucking, he grabbed me by my shirt and pushed me off of the steps and pushed me into the truck that's right next to the steps. And then I had to hit the truck. And then he grabbed my phone.
Yeah.
Slammed my phone on the ground. I went to go grab it and said I was calling the police. He grabbed my phone again and then grabbed me by my shirt, holding my phone like that. I told him, I said, you know you're going to jail now. That's an assault.
Eric's account matched what he had told dispatch, but the experienced cop couldn't just arrest the other employee.
Yeah, you can't just oh well, he did all these things and just walk in and arrest the other guy. You know. Also, is it just me or does he seem a bit jumpy? Like, I don't know. He just seems like he's just moving a bit too much. Like, I feel like he's lying completely about everything that's happened.
As Eric
I think that's pretty obvious.
Hearing his side of things first, the officer proceeded to question the other employee, which appeared to be a right move considering the account provided by the employee.
Hello.
Hey,
Josh? Mind if I talk to you out here real quick?
I was in the back room doing some stuff. He comes in the office and instantly, nothing out of his mouth but screaming, just instant screaming, top of his lungs.
Which is what he said as well. He said he walked in there, he was shouting at her and stuff, right? So
I step out there, and Shay, the other officer guy's out there, we ask him immediately, you need to go. You need to go outside, we'll deal with this later. Continue to scream and be in our face. So we open the door, asked him to leave.
There were discrepancies.
One of them seems a lot more trustworthy, but that's not just it alone. You still need some more evidence. So I don't know if this place is going to have a camera or something.
Account and Josh's testimony, highlighting the necessity for cops to gather information from multiple people.
Yeah, pretty
As
much.
Josh elaborated on the incident, the officer gained a clearer understanding of the situation and began to grasp the kind of person the complainant is.
One of them seems a lot more reasonable, right? Like, one of them just immediately off the get-go seems more willing to give up information and stuff. So one of them appears more believable. And the Josh guy appears to be more believable. It doesn't mean he is, but he seems it.
Guided him out like this. Okay. And then, so he walked down the stairs. He tripped on the stairs.
These stairs here?
No, in the garage.
Okay.
He tripped on the stairs, kind of stumbled, dropped his phone. And that was that. We've had issues with him yelling before. We've had issues with him being violent before.
It's also probably more reasonable in this situation to assume someone fell down the stairs and dropped their phone and is a bit upset about it. Because, you know, what's that? That's Hanlon's razor, isn't it? Right? Always assume, what's it? It's the one about something about being stupid. I've heard it summarized in different ways. I can't remember how he words it, but it's about assuming that it's stupidity over malicious intent, right?
A while ago, he actually almost ran me and Shay over with his car. I just wanted him out, and to be honest with you, he's a problem. He's a felon. Okay. I know he's had past issues in the past. I've given him as many chances as I can.
If only they had a camera in there so they could get some proof.
Fair shake and a chance. 8:30 in the morning, coming in, instantly screaming at the owner, who's also a woman. I just don't understand where someone thinks that's okay.
The officer questioned more employees, who corroborated the other employees' testimony, confirming Eric was the aggressor and had a previous altercation with several other employees.
So I guess now we know who seems more believable.
They handled the matter in the most professional manner, but Eric was out for blood.
So essentially, you came here yelling and screaming, you're upset with Sue.
Yeah, that's what he said happened as well, so we can't really refute any of that. He said he walked in there yelling at her. I mean, that's why they have body cams, you know, obviously, so... I don't know what his goal was with saying he did all that.
That's not acceptable behavior. It doesn't excuse what happened with Josh. So essentially, if you want to pursue charges, then you're also going to be charged with disorderly conduct. They don't want to pursue charges against you, but you can't come into a place of work yelling and screaming and causing a scene.
Disorderly conduct for a place that I work? Okay, do what you got.
That's not how that works, my guy. Just because you work there, like, oh, you're the Walmart employee, right? So you can walk into the shop shouting at the manager and stuff, but you work there, so it's good, right? Like, what does he mean? Well, I work there, so it's okay.
Okay. Is that what you want done? Is that what do you want to be charged with that and have him charged as well, or?
It don't matter. You can go ahead.
Actual high level play, right? That's like a huge degree of petty. I don't care if I go to jail, I want him going to jail too. Well, I know which one it's going to look worse for.
Go to jail. Can I park my car?
Eric basically said he doesn't mind going to jail as long as his alleged assailant goes to jail too, which was very odd, as any person in their right state of mind would typically try to avoid.
No. People in their right mind want to avoid prison. Prison's different. Jail's fine. Everyone's been to jail, right? Jail's different. So you can go to jail, you'll be okay. You just don't want to go to prison.
Continued as Eric's subsequent actions became even more baffling.
I'll have to make a phone call. I don't think anybody's going to go to jail, but you can be charged with it.
Hey, you want to come down here and get my car? Because now they're talking about that I have to go to jail. I'm pressing charges on Josh.
You guys can get a signature bond. You don't have to go to jail.
I'm on probation.
Okay.
This is just strange. It's just strange that they're standing in the middle of the road.
To go to jail. What he fucking did, put his hands on me and slam me in the truck.
Okay.
You guys are not gonna arrest him? That's bullshit.
Eric seemed to have a jail wish, as he went as far as informing the cop about his probation status in an attempt to get himself and the other employee locked up. The cop had further conversations with Josh, telling him Eric wanted to press charges, which clearly didn't sit right with him.
I mean, he's a felon. He's trying to sell me weapons. He's got guns in his possession. I'm not trying to go down that rabbit hole. I just want him gone.
Fair enough. Trespass the guy. Get a restraining order. Guys, again, you go for these things, right? Remove the guy. Say he's now trespassing in the building. Talk to the owner. Ask what she wants to do. If the guy's an asshole, she can say he's now trespassing. Everyone here agreed with him. Trespass the guy and pursue it if you want. Get some more evidence.
You know, and just want to cut ties, I guess. So.
Yeah.
The cop, recognizing that the situation was a minor issue escalating due to their egos, went ahead and made a decision, which, from Eric's reaction, wasn't quite popular with him.
Just based on the information we're getting inside, and based on the totality of what happened here today, you don't have to get arrested, he doesn't have to get arrested. What we're going to do is we're going to issue you both a disorderly conduct ticket.
Yep.
How are you gonna he put his hands on me, so you're not gonna arrest him?
Yeah, basically, because that's like over-escalating this and it doesn't need to be, right? It's just a dispute between two people. Again, you know, this is what civil courts are for, right?
For him putting his hands on me.
I'm not today, no, just based on the
circumstances. Okay, can I have your supervisor come out, please?
Yeah, I'll give him a call after I issue your ticket, okay?
They both received a $187 ticket.
Fair enough.
Conduct, much to Eric's dissatisfaction.
That's like £150.
Eric, not finished with the situation, decided he really needed that jail time.
Go fucking stand over there. Get away from me.
Well, I mean, they both seem a bit, in this situation, like a bit idiots.
Over there. Go stand over there and stop running your mouth. Just don't listen to him.
I would like to do whatever I need to do.
Yeah, I know.
He just threatened me in front of the officer.
No trespass. No.
Yes.
Well, why did you come out here though and go near him?
Yeah, but you guys let him fucking act like that.
Eric,
put his hands on
get
me.
in your car and drive away, okay? Things are done.
That's just bullshit.
Eric, just drive away. You can get your stuff later, okay?
None of them were taken to jail, but had to contend with the tickets for disorderly conduct.
It seems. I think this officer did a good job. They're just both acting like children at the end of it. Like, literally, that's most of what I imagine police deal with. Not the instance where they shoot each other and they shoot the individuals. Stuff like this, which is like, to be honest, even more unreasonable because it's like grown adults being children, basically. It's just, you know, it's just kind of strange.
Instead, I don't think we've ever seen anyone who wanted to go to jail as badly as Eric before.
I do.
He just got let off with a ticket. The outcome was very different for the individual in the next case.
Is everyone inside okay?
Probably not, no.
He said that he killed 2 people, but he was talking about on the game.
On January 5th, 2023, heavily deputies from the Boone County Sheriff's Department swiftly...
Boone County. You're going to allow a place called Boone County to exist, right? I wonder if that sign's ever been vandalized. Welcome to Booty County. Right, that's just a chat up line and a half. Like, that's, you open with that, you get anyone you want. Doesn't matter.
Following a 911 call in which the caller
Infinite
claims to have
potential.
killed 2 people. Upon arrival, they immediately drew their weapons, which made sense given the reported situation.
Holy shit.
Turn around. Turn around. You got me covered?
You know, it would have been great if the guy walked out with his headset on and a controller or something, right?
Put your hands behind your back. I'm not going to cuff you right now. Do you have any weapons on you or anything sharp? Nope.
The caller, Elijah Matthew, cooperated fully with the officers. However, despite his cooperation, the officers proceeded cautiously, conducting
Well,
a
as
sit-down
they
for their
should
safety.
do
As they began
after what they were
questioning him,
told.
It started to appear that the situation might not be what they initially expected.
What'd you say when you were on the phone accidentally? I can't remember. Oh, I remember the 4-minute phone call. What's your name, bud? Okay, you can relax. Okay, so this was just an accident. You called 911. Did you say you killed 2 people or something like that?
Rainbow Six Siege. I had my headset on.
Okay, how old are you?
17.
You're 17. Do you have a driver's
Bro, that's just...
license or no? Okay. Are you, where's your parents at?
Work.
Okay.
It appeared the
Wait, what? I'm so
17-year-old
confused.
caller accidentally dialed emergency services while playing a video game, which
So he butt dialed the police while playing Siege. Holy shit. And you know what's crazy? That I killed 2 of them, 5 more, and the bop, I got them, they're down. You know what's crazy as well? Then they show footage of what clearly is Rainbow Six Siege here, with a 2 PlayStation 3 controllers, right? Lovely.
which was quite reckless, as many victims of swatting haven't been as fortunate. While the cops seemed to believe his explanations, their
Yeah, because the guy was completely reasonable with them and like didn't act suspicious and listen to them and just followed orders, right? He didn't get shot. Now, I'm not saying that 100% will keep you safe, but I'm saying he dealt with it well. The officers dealt with it well. They didn't immediately shoot, as they don't need to, right? It's really about the officer on the day, isn't it?
call demanded a thorough investigation. As the caller was a minor, the officer requested to speak with his guardian.
Mom. Yeah, there are 4 of them right here. I was playing the game. I had my headset on, and I butt dialed the police officer on accident.
How does that happen? I've never accidentally butt dialed anyone. To be fair, my phone has a mode specifically to not butt dial people. It's got a setting that makes it so you can't.
Hey, is this Elijah's mom? Okay. Yeah. Hey, so what happened is, I guess he's saying that he was playing a video game, and in the process of accidentally calling 911, he said that he killed 2 people, but he was talking about on the game. So we thought that there was a double murder, so we showed up to your house with a bunch of them. That's why we're here talking to your son, okay?
What do? Do you give your kid a talking to after this? Or like, what do you say? Like, I don't even know. I guess just don't put your phone, just don't butt dial anymore, I guess. Like, I don't even know. Do you discipline the kid? I mean... He seemed reasonable in the like this bit, so like phone bugs out sometimes, opens the power shortcut menu, and one time I hit the emergency button on it. Yeah, I've same happened with my mom. I've never had that happen. I own a Huawei, so I love this phone. Unfortunately, this will be the last one I ever own. I keep saying that because it's hitting me hard. I don't want to get rid of this thing, but it's great. The no butt dial thing is amazing. I can understand, but like it happening, but like as the parent, because he's 17, do you discipline the guy? I mean, like he dealt with it properly. I mean, like I don't know. I know they got to go through hoops because he's the 17-year-old. So
yeah, we're just trying to we're just doing our due diligence here, trying to figure everything out and make sure that everybody's okay, because we have to do that when we get a 911 call. So. We just wanted to inform you. Are you nearby or no?
no.
No, I'm in Highland Heights at work.
Okay, well, we would like to...
Why did they say inaudible? Right, that wasn't inaudible. Couldn't they, like, you know, just blur that out, or like censor that out, like actually just like cut the audio there, like they normally do? Typically, because like you could kind of make that out where she's at. Shit. But if you knew who it was, they gave his name.
If that's okay,
so
just to make sure that
Put the dogs away?
yeah, your son was telling us that the dogs need to be put up first, so I just wanted to talk to you before, so we can get your permission, okay?
yeah.
That's totally fine.
Alrighty, well, thank you very much.
Thank
Bye.
They're gonna go in. They're gonna see his gamer shit. They're gonna see his. I hope they show the rig.
Okay, hold on for me. Let me just get my supervisor on speed with us here.
The story seemed to have checked out after the cop's conversation with his mom. However, the cops still had to be very thorough and leave no.
Yeah, I understand that.
Following a briefing
You
with the
know,
supervisor, a few officers went with Elijah to check in the house.
cross every T, dot every I.
The search, as the Boone County Sheriff's Office regulations prohibit video coverage inside residences. The cops found nothing suspicious.
They didn't feel there was a problem to share her location or anything, but they did feel that they can't show people's inside the house. Like, I appreciate that part, obviously, but I do find that also strange that they were okay with just showing off the actual or I know they put the word inaudible, but I mean literally if you wanted to, you could hear what it said. Right. Onwards. Oh, that bit why did that not show up for me when you put bop bop? Well, that on my phone just showed the word bop. That's its name. Shit. Sometimes that works and sometimes that doesn't work, right? I'm not sure why. Who knows, honestly. Onwards, next one. Stealing is a crime in the US? Imagine. I hate when that happens. Right. Spaghetti bolognese. Right. Oh my god, he said bolognese like that? Holy. Actually, it's bolognese. I've seen this channel before. I meant to say the word. I don't like how easy it is to get emotes on accent. Yeah, I saw the word bop bop and I'm like, oh, bop bop. And then it's like, then I go on the actual Twitch dashboard and then I see it, literally, I see the bit where it's like the two hammers and it says bop bop, right? Yeah, Kay's stuff is great, so she probably does say bolognese though, so.
I'm back cooking again, and today I'm going to be doing a different form of spaghetti bolognese.
Oh my god, she said it.
Right, as you can see, I've got a few things that I'm going to do. Like I said, it's a different one. So I'm going to, first of all...
This stuff is amazing. I just, honestly, these videos make me feel better about myself, right? Because I don't really ever cook stuff for myself. I mean, shit, so... Like, make meals like this, I mean, like... So I guess credit to her, but then again, it always looks beautiful, but mad respect that she doesn't, like, lie about what she's made. What does she mean, whatever you want to call it? It says spaghetti on it. It says the word spaghetti on it. It's not a lie. It says what it is.
Right, I'm going to put this egg...
Ooh, doesn't that look lovely? Ooh.
I'm going to mix the mincemeat around.
Sketty. Oh, isn't that just like, it's like Gordon Ramsay shit?
Connect it.
I think the main problem with this channel, or like the main reason the food always looks this bad is because the camera's set up and stuff. So everything looks like slightly discolored. And it just makes everything look gross. Like, I don't know what it is. It like looks slightly, you know, like human brain. Everything looks inedible.
I've got, I don't know if you can see.
Everything is yellow washed. Exactly. It's like discolored. It's just
some spaghetti sticks.
Ugh.
Spaghetti, whatever you want to call it. Oh, God, I could have told it now. Wonder I had a thumb left. And what I'm going to do is, I don't even know how to do this. I've seen it on video, but I don't even know how to do it.
Well, she means she doesn't know how to do it.
Grab the soggy mincemeat.
Oh.
And put it.
Oh no. That's just. That's horrible. Shit.
Round the sticks.
That's like a crime scene level thing.
Shit, sticks are too big. Oh, it's falling from the part.
My exact reaction, Kay.
Another go.
Try again though. Keep going. Just wait till the Italians find out about this, right? Just wait. They'll be on this recipe.
Put it in.
Kay, I don't think that works. Kay, I don't think gravity allows this.
I'm going to try and get another 3 in. And then I'm going to show you the rest of it.
Okay, what is the...
Right,
I've seen more appealing crime scenes. What is that supposed to be? Look, I'm normally annoyed because Italians get all poncy about food and stuff, and they act as if they're above, like, every other person on the planet when it comes to making food. But I'm siding with the Italians for once, right? That's unacceptable. That is literally, right? That's like not even serial killer level stuff. That's something beyond. Also, how did this spaghetti get in this formation? It's literally embarrassed to be there. It's trying to leave.
as you can see, this is exactly how it is. I don't think I'm supposed to have put the egg in the mincemeat, but...
What do you mean I don't think I was supposed to? Did you not check on the recipe? Okay, or is this not your recipe? Did you not check the part where it said don't put the egg on the mincemeat? And she just went, yeah, I'll do it.
I only got to see it when it was like this, so what I'm going to do is pour some...
Reshi, I'd rather watch people being axe murdered. What is this? That's just... No, look at it. It's just, that's just unacceptable. I'm sorry, again, the crime scene thing.
On as he did it.
Don't you like this Italian-styled spaghetti, right?
Save some. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to put that in the oven for about 20 minutes.
20 minutes?
Then I've got to put the onion in. And that's how I was showing.
You know, the thing is, though, I just reckon she puts the onion in. Like, literally, she just puts it in there with it. Oh my god, she cut the onion? Holy shit.
Peeled and
I wasn't expecting that.
top and tail the onions. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut them very thinly.
That knife technique is immaculate. Didn't even cover it in sauce. The spaghetti can cook. Like, look at the knife technique. This is how you cut off a finger, right? I mean, like, literally, look at the way she's doing it. It's just...
Well, not too thin, you need to taste them.
You just move your finger back and hope you don't clip it or something with a knife. Knife say, look, that one, she's just... Holy shit.
I know what you're going to all say. You're going to say, now why is she using that knife when she's got a sharp one? Well,
because she keeps cutting herself.
Trying to get through the onion.
Kate, if you knew how to cut them properly, you wouldn't be in this issue. You just use the correct technique, and then you know how professional chefs, they don't kill themselves every time they use a knife. You know, people who do like woodworking that don't like. I think this is honestly worse than the meal she's made so far. Look at what she's doing with the knife. Sharp knives are safer than dull ones. I think that's entirely true, except with Kay. Because with Kay, it's absolutely the other way around. She's absolutely attempting to cut herself with the knife. Like, look at this, right? I think plastic tools would be the best option for her, right? If you're a sensible person who understands knife technique, a sharp knife is absolutely better. But this is a lady who is literally pushing the knife into her thumb to cut onion, right? She's literally using her thumb to tank the damage. She'd be better off just using a fork. Right? Like, honestly, at least she couldn't... Well, actually, she probably takes someone's eye out with it.
The onion sliced, and when the oven's at 20 minutes, or should I say, the spaghetti sticks, or whatever you call
I'm sorry,
them.
she's doing it again. She's putting the knife into her hand. There's going to be Kay's blood in this meal. Right? This is just the knife safety went out the window. Holy shit. Did she not think that it's sharp?
Minutes, I'm going to sprinkle the onion going to sprinkle the honey in on, and I'm going to show you what I'm doing.
Oh, it can't get any worse.
Right, well, you probably can't see, but...
Literal blood, sweat and tears into the meal. Yeah, I guess you could say, like, how many times do, like, professional Michelin starred chefs do that? You know, you don't eat their meal and you just... Oh, that literally... Like, who here plays Warframe, right? That looks like Deimos. That looks like the surface of Deimos. Holy shit, that's...
How it said to do it. Sprinkle them all over. We did that...
This could be an SCP. This could be, right? Any of Kay's cooking.
There. I know the tops look a bit burnt, but you did see me putting the juice on. So that's the onion.
What am I looking at? Like what? A different spaghetti bolognese? What is this? I mean, literally, the meat looks like burnt and raw at the same time. The tomato sauce has just... I don't know what it's done. It's decided it doesn't want to be there. The spaghetti's clearly burnt on the edges, because I guess she's cooked it for too long. I like how she said cook it for 20 minutes, and then she said cook it for however long, which probably means she cooked it for longer than 20 minutes because she forgot. Right, which explains how it looks like this. Maybe this is the next day.
I need to be spread it out a bit more. Oh,
that's really spread that out more.
Bits of running. Right, and then it says...
What was that spreading? Kay, that was just... you didn't have your heart in that one.
Oh, I can't open this. Then it said... It said any spices of your choice.
Any spices?
So I'm doing, that's a lot.
That's a lot of what spice, Kay? Like, what spice is that? Is that like, what is that, Kay? Because I don't trust that that's any herbs or anything.
Lots of bloody parsley. But anyway, it doesn't matter.
Parsley.
And then it said,
I don't...
the rest of the stuff.
I doubt that's parsley.
Onions, whichever you want me to say.
I mean, to be fair, it looks better now, because you can see less of it. If she keeps going, it'll look really good.
Tin of tomatoes for this, like.
Looks like oregano.
I'm gonna open a tin of
I was going to say oregano, to be fair, but, like, I know that, Cedar says oregano, so no, it's not oregano.
It needs to be all covered.
The more she adds, the better it looks.
Right, so, yes, I've got tomatoes. It needs to go all over.
It looks like she's cooking bodies. She's carved up a human here. Nah.
That's it.
Sorry, isn't this supposed to be a spaghetti bolognese? This is like 3/4 just tomato. Like, where's the spaghetti bolognese sauce for? Right? Like, literally, look. It could be someone's head under there.
For another half an hour to cook the onions.
Okay, if you put that in for another half an hour, it's gonna come out it's not gonna be red. It's going to come out. Oh, okay.
But it should be okay.
It should be. It doesn't look like.
And that is...
It looks cremated. It literally looks cremated, right? Like, holy shit. Like, actual Play-Doh. Yes, that is a different spag bowl.
Coming to the taste test.
No, I'd take being shot. No, I'd be shot. How bad can a gun be, really? Right? That, like, no. It's not worth it, mate. Don't do it.
See what it tastes like.
The crunch. I'm surprised he ain't dead. He should pick the gun. Look at her face. Right, like, wow. The crunch. Crunchy. Lovely.
Yeah, well.
burnt, that's fine.
Probably, yeah. Why don't you try a bit that in burnt then?
What bit?
That bit on that side. No, other side. That's it, yeah.
Why did I watch this? Why did I? She served him Play-Doh looking spag bowl. Oh, braver soldier than me.
With it burnt.
Really?
I see a lot softer, isn't it? Yeah.
It's a bit hard, but...
She says into it. Oh, let's go. Someone else that says that. I'm not the only one, right? I like that word. Oh, there's not a real word. Use it in a sentence.
Yeah.
It's a real word. I stand by it. Kay agrees. Brits, rise up. I can't with the crunch.
I think it should be crunchy.
No, that it should. No, Kay. Spaghetti bolognese is not supposed to be crunchy. I mean, I guess she did say it's a different spaghetti bolognese, so maybe she prefers crunchy bolognese. That's just the most. I can't even think of a joke for this.
Is it crunchy? Good.
Yeah.
Good. Kay, you can't just add the word good. Good. It's not good. That's unacceptable. They're not supposed to be crunchy. It's not supposed to be crunchy. Okay. It's not.
And minced meat.
Minced meat should be alright.
Oh, that looks so gross. Nah. This is like meals we made in food tech at school. But to be fair, at food tech in school, right, we spent most of the lesson washing up because none of the stuff was washed up from the class before. And you only had about an hour to cook stuff anyway, which meant if you were trying to do anything very fancy, you were being shown how to do it. Prison food is better. Honest to God. Like, literally, that is just... It's the reaction she's waiting for.
Oh, right. Good. Right, like Lee said.
I'm sorry, just the Iron Maiden shirt adds to this, I think.
Crunchy in places. Obviously, a lot of it got done. I did it exactly as it was.
Exactly. Was it? Is that how it was supposed to look? Is that what we were going for? That was exactly the same. No difference at all. We were going for that.
But I think I put too much juice in it.
Too much juice, I would say, is the problem, yeah. It wasn't any of the other stuff that was the problem. It was just too much juice. If she lowered the juice, it would have come out like, again, Michelin-starred food.
So if you like what you see, please keep viewing me. If you want to give me a big old thumbs up, it'd be much appreciated. If you want to leave a comment, please feel free, the more the merrier. If you haven't subscribed, then get subscribing. And I just want to say there's going to be a link in the description to my...
Disgracing the recipe by saying this is exactly how it's supposed to be. Is the recipe in the description? Let's find out. This is 4 years ago. Looks delish. She can undercook and overcook her food at the same time. She's too advanced for this generation. No, there's no recipe. Well, we were promised a different spaghetti bolognese, and we got different spaghetti bolognese, right? Right, this is the only time she needs to she needs to boil. She doesn't do it. Oh yeah, isn't she the one that always boils stuff? Like, it doesn't matter what it is, she just boils stuff. No, like, damn, we could have got the recipe 1 day ago. Maybe she's learning though. Like, maybe she's getting better. She's got merch. I'm not checking out her merch store. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if she boiled at a burger. Honestly, yeah, like, Easter egg. Oh god, like, how does everything she makes look so horrible? It's actually a talent. I think Kay's responsible for why people think British people don't know how to cook, right? It's people like Kay that are responsible for this because literally everything looks like this gross colour somehow. Like all of it, look at it. It's just always a bad chicken in blankets. How has she made that look bad? Italian drunken noodles. This is like actual like murder footage. Budget meal. What do you mean a budget meal, Kay? Alright, like I wouldn't try any of your budget meals. I'm sorry. Battered chicken and crispy noodles. What is this whole thing of making the spaghetti or whatever, or noodles or pasta crunchy? Like, am I missing something? Is this like a delicacy? Do I not know something? That looks just crispy noodles, please no. Yeah, why have the Italians never thought of making the spaghetti crispy? Like shit. That's like the Scots that they deep fry Mars bars and stuff, right? Like, here's deep fried Mars bar, you'll love it. What else do they do that's weird? Scottish people. No, Scottish people will deep fry anything, right? But like Mars bars they're famous for. That's not even a joke. I've never wanted to try one. I probably will never try one because it's unethical. It's anti-God. So, but I can't even imagine deep frying a Mars bar. Yet they do it. So maybe she's on that mindset. Like, just these thumbnails alone caused me to get rare diseases. I genuinely am just baffled. And she always chooses the worst thumbnail because she's clearly picking a thumbnail, right, that's auto-generated. And like I'm sorry, but like what is that? Like look at that. How has she made a pancake look that bad in the thumbnail? It doesn't look that bad when it's gone in. Look, that looks fine. That like the generated clip looks good, but then in the thumbnail it literally looks like it's got got bacteria growing on it, right? I mean, and stop adding the word budget meal onto stuff. We know it's not going to be budget stuff. This is like cheese crust on deep fried ravioli. I don't want crispy noodles. I don't want the noodle itself to be crispy. Cheese can be. It's different, a bit like, where it's a bit, but like the pasta cannot be, right? I'm sorry. This one, I've seen this one. It's just see, finally a good thumbnail. Like, what are these? Bulgarian meal. Chicken nugget. Lamb dinner. Oh, lovely. So, right. Yorkshire fish cake, right? Jesus Christ. Just one. Just a single nugget. Chicken burger. Mushroom and eggs. Like, how does it always look so bad? My plaque has arrived. She got a plaque. Shit. God damn it. I need a plaque, right? Subscribe to my YouTube channel, right? I want a plaque. If Kay can get a plaque, I can get a plaque, right? How many has she done? Eggs Benedict. Right, Ratatouille. Holy shit. Just like the film. Ooh, okay. We can't keep looking at Kay's delicacies. It might, we might all get hungry. But let's get to the other vids. We got a lot left. I don't know if we'll finish all of them today. What
Let's start with the
time are we up to? Right. Okay, we're still within realms of keeping this a good length. I don't want this to be too long for these things, because then they can actually... Thing is, then we can put them on YouTube and make free content. Free content. It's re-uploading stuff, but less VOD-esque. I'm not editing them down. I just kind of cut out some of the extra crap, and then I put it up.
Our way towards the deadliest ones on the list. Number 5, Casu Marsu.
I know about this. This is the one. Flies eat it. They plant maggots in there. Maggots eat the cheese, and then it tastes really spicy. But they are still alive. It's illegal in a lot of places. I know about
translates
this.
to rotten cheese in
Yeah.
Sardinian and is known as the most dangerous cheese in the world. This is a cheese that is traditionally made using sheep's milk and is commonly produced on the island of Sardinia,
It's
Italy.
weird.
Even though it's illegal to sell, the high demand for this delicacy incentivizes local
It
farmers
looks
to keep
rancid.
producing it, creating a massive black market that is estimated to bring in around 2.5 million pounds, or around $3 million annually.
No, just
Guns. No, thank you. Drugs.
no,
No.
no,
Kidneys.
no.
And we have cheese.
Ugh.
Yeah. I'll just go with the cheese.
I
reason
wouldn't
this
go with.
cheese
I'd
is
go with the
so
drugs.
dangerous is simply because of the way that it is made, which first starts with the wheel of pecorino cheese. It is then introduced.
Pecorino, or you could just say pecorino because you're talking in an American accent. You don't need to make it sound Italianish, right? It doesn't have to be. I hate when people do that. You're speaking. You got an accent. Just speak in your accent. It's like no. Just say it how it's just how you would pronounce it normally. You don't sound fancy, right? No, you don't have to do that.
To cheese flies, where they will begin to lay their eggs inside it, and in a matter of hours to a few days, these eggs become larvae, and around the 40th day, the cheese is completely infested with flies.
Would anyone here try that? Like, genuine question, because genuinely, I just don't get it. I genuinely don't. French people get upset when you don't say croissant correct while they say Macotono instead of McDonald's. Yeah, exactly. Right. Like, the thing is, just say it in your own accent. That's the thing. Just like talk how you normally would and say it how you think it's said. Who cares, right? Like, that's the thing. It really bugs me when it's like, especially when someone's talking and they say that one particular item or one particular thing, how it's supposed to be pronounced, supposed to be, because it's like everyone calls things something wrong probably in a different language. That's fine. That's why we have different place names in your native tongue or your native language to where what it's actually called. I mean, loads of people call place names wrong because in their language that's correct, or in their language that's how you say. But I hate when you're talking in an English accent and then you try and say something in some other accent. I think people almost use it to just, like, I don't know, one up people about being like super intelligent. But it makes you seem like a prat. I think it makes you seem like a prat because you literally are like, oh, I'm speaking normally. Croissant. That's how you say it, right? And then you get back to talking in an American accent. It's like, or you could say it as an American word, like how a normal person would just say it in a conversation. A Chris Pratt. Yes, a Chris Pratt. Just say it how you normally would, right? If people get upset that you're not pronouncing it how it's truly pronounced, that's fine, because that's how you pronounce it where you live. I mean, if you grew up saying it like that, say it like that. It doesn't matter if it's correct. Like, loads of people pronounce things wrong. That's where different accents come from, and different dialects especially. That's how language evolves. It doesn't have to be exactly perfect.
Of maggots. For the next 2 to 3
Oh,
months,
it's
the maggots
grim.
are left to gorge themselves with the cheese, so they can, well, poop it back out. And that's the magical ingredient here.
People eat that, like, genuinely, and I know that it's supposed to be like spicy-esque.
Since the poop gives the cheese its sought-after flavor and texture. And honestly, the texture
Doesn't look amazing. It just doesn't look amazing. That doesn't look amazing. Nope. It looks wrong. Looks grim.
does look amazing. I'll give them that.
No.
But when it's time to consume the rotten cheese, expect to get around a dozen maggots with every single bite, since they are
No, I know what they do. The maggots are in there. So what they do is they kind of try and suffocate them. So what they do is they put them in a bag, and because of the lack of oxygen, they'll try and leave the cheese, and it can remove a certain amount of the maggots. Or they won't all make it out, so you'll still get some maggots. But they because the drive for them to leave to try and get some oxygen, so they try and get out.
never removed. Scientists and health officials have warned that there's always a possibility that the larvae could survive a person's
That's
stomach
just,
acid
like,
and make
literally.
their way into the intestines, a condition called pseudomyiasis, where the
Is it
person's
worth it for
intestines
some
become
cheese?
completely infested with maggots, surviving by consuming the person instead, successfully pulling off the sneakiest Uno reverse card.
No, not worth it.
Even though this condition is rare, I don't think I would be willing to risk it all for a taste of this deliciously textured cheese.
No, why would you care? It's just grim. It's literally grim by every
Maybe
definition.
just one bite.
It's not
Number
worth it.
4, larb.
I don't know
Larb is a
this
type of
one.
salad that consists of greens, spices, sticky rice, and a choice of meat. This dish originated in South Asia in Laos and is a very popular dish there, even becoming its national dish. At first glance, this would definitely be something I would consider ordering while
That looks so nice. What thing do they put in it that kills you? Do they inject it with a nuclear bomb? What's the downside? That looks
on
good.
vacation, if I ever took any. Now here's the thing, even though this dish looks delicious, it can quickly become deadly, since this meal is oftentimes served with raw meat.
Okay, well that's the
There are many
problem.
types of meat that can be used for this dish.
Yeah, but like what meat? Because there are a lot of meats you can eat raw. A lot. Like a huge amount.
The
So
most common ones include beef, chicken, duck, fish, and pork.
I like the duck that he drew. That was a good duck.
Eating this meal uncooked drastically increases the odds of you contracting a dangerous and potentially fatal disease.
So just don't eat a bad
Trichinosis,
one.
Fatal bacterias, rabies, Streptococcus suis, which is a deadly bacteria that is commonly found in pigs, and Southeast Asian liver fluke, a parasitical.
All of those could be Isaac items. Every single one of those could just be an Isaac item, right? This is a Binding of Isaac video, in all honesty, right? Welcome to Binding of Isaac.
Flatworm found in uncooked fish, which once consumed, the worm can live inside the human liver for many years, where you can rest easy knowing that you'll never truly be alone.
You have your own
There
flatworm
have been many
friend.
cases throughout the years where this meal has directly led to human fatalities, like in 2019 in Thailand, where a total of 265 people contracted Streptococcus suis after consuming larb.
What is the reason for them not cooking it? Is there any reason at all? Does it, like, how much does it really add to the flavor to just not cook it? Humans been cooking stuff for a long time. We know it's safer to eat
23
stuff
of those
that's been
people
cooked.
would end up losing their lives. Number 3, Sanakji. In Korea, Sanakji could be enjoyed multiple different ways, but let's cover the least deadly one first and the most common. Sanakji is a raw dish consisting of the long arm.
Oh my god, is this gonna be... Alright, I'm predicting this one. So, raw dish consisting of where the octopus is good. Is this gonna be because the octopus's arm goes through your body and is still alive? Because each of the arms have a brain. So it, like, kills you because it's inside of you, and it like... The suction cups or something, it, like, messes around with your internal organs and that. That's my prediction.
Octopus, which is killed just moments before it's
Yes,
served.
I
Here, the
guarantee it's
octopus's
that.
body and legs are chopped
'Cause
into
they're
pieces
still
and
active
drizzled with
after.
sesame oil. And by the time this makes it onto your plate, the legs will still be moving. As you begin to eat, the octopus's suckers will begin to suction onto your tongue and throat, making it difficult to swallow. But I know
Oh.
that if I ever came face to face with this meal, I would have no choice but to totally crush it. Since I have talked way too much of a big game, watching people struggle as they eat disgusting foods on the challenge. No, I'm telling you, you just have to plug your nose and just
Nah,
power through
it's just like, literally, it's just... Why would you do that, right? Why would you... I also think, like, I eat meat. I'm all for eating meat. I don't care if you don't or you do, right? But I think it's wrong to do that and kill an animal in that way. Why you gotta kill it, like, just moments before you serve it? Like, there's no reason to... It's like, I don't like how they kill lobsters, you know, where they're like, oh, let's just boil them alive. Not everywhere does it, but I think that's wrong. You know, just because I eat meat doesn't mean I think animals should be tortured before they're served up on a plate. And we're not going to stop eating meat, right? This isn't me, like, coming out as a vegan or anything. But, I much prefer when they kill it in a more ethical way. A more merciful way, I guess.
Sure, honey. Sure.
You don't have to
Oh
chop
my
the
God,
thing
just
up
chase
5
it with
minutes
the
before.
water. He's wasting so much time.
Yeah.
So I have a lot to prove.
Yeah.
Now, the second method, on the other hand, is much more challenging and poses a much
Why do
greater
they
risk
shove it
of
up their
death.
arse and see what
honestly, it's more of
happens?
a one-on-one fight rather than an actual meal. Here, the octopus reaches your plate fully intact and alive.
Oh, do you have to
where
fight
it? Is then
it?
tightly wrapped around a chopstick, dipped in sesame oil, and shoved into your mouth. But who are they kidding? The sesame oil is not.
What? Like, why? Why? What is the purpose of that? You could just eat the meal where the food's dead. You could just have a meal and the food could just be dead, so you don't have to fight the food down. I genuinely don't get it.
Not meant to enhance the meal. It is simply used to rig the fight in the cheating human's favor, as it will now serve as a lubricant. And as soon as the 1v1
Whoa.
starts, the octopus begins to attack, squirming to find its way out.
I've never thought,
frantically
oh, that meal would be
suctioning on to
better
whatever
if
can get
if
a
it
hold
was
of. But
alive.
if you're the human, you must completely focus on your chewing. Soon your hands begin to get sweaty, and within seconds, you begin to break out into a mental panic.
Because the
questioning
suction
yourself,
cups
thinking
are
that this
very
might have
strong
been a
and stuff.
mistake. With your heart beginning to race, you try and cover up your fear by chewing harder and faster. And you have now convinced
Wow.
yourself that it's now or never. It's time to attempt the swallow. But there's a
That's
problem.
always the hardest
The
part.
octopus is still moving.
Of course
The
it is.
stares
It's
of
got
everyone at the
loads of
table are piercing,
brains.
and you feel the ever-growing peer pressure accumulating.
And
So
the
you're forced to
suction
go
that they're
for it,
able to get,
praying to
Jesus
whatever
Christ.
God is listening that the octopus doesn't latch itself onto your throat as you try and swallow it, as that would surely be a death sentence.
Like, literally,
You
yeah.
force the ball of squirming octopus down your throat, and for a second, your heart stops. But you manage to swallow it. With your heart still racing, and a
Jesus
bead of
Christ.
sweat coming down the back
It's
of your
not
neck,
over yet,
you
though,
look
for the
over at your buddy
octopus.
and say, it's not so bad. You got it. As you get up to go clean yourself up in the bathroom.
Holy shit.
There have been multiple deaths in the last few years directly linked to eating live octopus. Even though the danger is obvious, people still search out this delicacy.
It's just
with
like,
some athletes
no.
even claiming that this meal increases a person's endurance.
I don't care. I don't care if it increases my endurance, right? I'm not going to eat a live
Simply do it for the
octopus.
experience
Nope.
that they will get when they show off the post online.
Nope. Not
Number
worth
2,
it.
fugu. This is one of the deadliest foods in the world.
I've heard of
where a
fugu,
single
but I don't know what
mistake
it
in the
is.
Preparation could mean life or death. Fugu is a popular dish that originated in Japan in the early 20th century.
I've heard the
but
word
as time has gone on, the dish's popularity
as a
has
meal, but
only
I
grown,
don't know what it
spreading to
is.
many countries like China and South Korea. This is a meal that consists of a poisonous pufferfish
Ah.
that has had the poison carefully removed
So
from
quite a few of these are in Asia so far, right?
Well,
Just want to make... What is it with them liking strange meals and things that are very dangerous? Why can't they just order in a hamburger? Just import pigs. Much safer. Just eat some bacon, you know? Simple.
At least that's what should be done.
Just order in Kay's cooking. I think we should send Kay over to, like, Asia to take over the food industry. Because clearly she knows something we all don't about on how to prepare food.
More on that later. In countries like Japan, a chef must go through long and rigorous training to learn how to properly remove the poison from the meat. The training takes up to 3 years to complete,
Jeez.
followed by a string of exams which include a written test, fish identification test, a practical test,
What is that? Or hear me out. Just eat food
and
that's
of
not
course,
this dangerous.
successfully preparing the dish. This test is so difficult that only 35% of all applicants end up passing it and acquiring the
Jesus
license.
Christ, is
The
that
reason
even
the
worth
pufferfish
it?
is so dangerous is because it contains a poison called tetrodotoxin, which is one of the world's most deadliest poisons. A single pufferfish has enough poison to kill.
What about that sentence makes someone go, yeah, I think I'll have the pufferfish. Yeah, no. I'm going with that.
30 adult humans. Now, here's the terrifying part. If someone happens to be so unlucky that they end up consuming even a small amount of the poison,
They die.
They will be presented with a prayer and a splash of holy water. since there is no known antidote.
Yup,
The
that
poison
sounds
kicks in
great.
shortly after eating it, with your muscles becoming completely paralyzed.
Lol, that
And
sounds great.
eventually, it could cause you to stop breathing. And this is probably when you would start to think to yourself, damn, I should have just gone with the chicken dumplings.
Yes, literally. I would have been
The
quite
deadliest
annoyed.
year ever recorded was in 1958, when 176 people lost their lives.
176 people, and you're like, yeah, no, I'll have that off the menu. You know what I'll have? I'll have the meal that kills people. Cause why not?
Lives to this food alone. Today in Japan, the odds of you dying from fugu are very, very slim.
No.
As long as you order from a licensed restaurant. Since most deaths in recent history have come from people who attempted to prepare the dish at home. But sometimes pure evil and selfishness increase the death rate even higher.
Like what's the
in
next meal gonna be?
2004, when fish vendors in Thailand
I'm guessing that number one's going to be everything in Kay's library. Just all of it. Whatever she's touched turns to fugu.
tricked people for 3 years by dyeing the pufferfish meat red and telling buyers that the meat they were selling was salmon.
Wow.
Leading to 115 people needing to be hospitalized, and 15 of them sadly losing their lives. Number 1. Wild and exotic wet markets. Now, of course, this had to be number 1 on the list, since a single meal from one of these wet markets carries the greatest risk to human health.
I mean,
This
I
is
guess.
one of the rare instances where a single meal consumed by an individual doesn't just affect the person eating it, it could potentially affect every person on
Wow,
the planet.
yeah, valid
Now,
point.
I know what you're thinking. What could possibly be so
I mean, what, are they going to go with someone eating bats? That would never happen.
delicious that it's worth putting the entire world's population in jeopardy? Brownies. The answer is brownies. But as far as wet
Brownies?
markets go, yeah, I don't think snakes, turtles, dogs, cats, bats, my nephew, porcupines, or
What?
raccoons would be a justifiable answer. And it seems like every few years, without fail, the world gets a massive scare when a deadly disease
Yeah, 'cause
breaks
humans
out.
are
And of course,
stupid.
they always seem to be traced back to one of these wet markets.
Yup. See-
Remember the SARS outbreak of 2002?
I wonder what caused that.
Me neither. But it's widely believed by epidemiologists and public health officials that this outbreak originated from a wet market in the Guangdong.
Nah. I bet that all of them got it wrong. Okay, science is fake. I read this one post online, some guy said it's all fake. So, I know the truth. Okay, liberals. I'm not going to get convinced by your lies. I know what's going on. I'm woke to this. I can fight off all of the diseases. Just send them my
province
way.
of China. What about the Ebola outbreak of 2014?
Nah,
Remember how-
Ebola's not real. Prove it, science. Go on. Prove it. It's just a myth to control your mind, okay?
How terrified everyone was to even let out a cough, as you would forever be known
Shit.
as the person with Ebola.
Yup, pretty much.
The origins of the 2014 Ebola outbreak was traced to a small child whose family regularly hunted and consumed.
Shit, we gotta stop eating bats. COVID and Ebola, right? Holy, that's bats have got to go. I think we wipe out the bats. That's the only solution. Like, we know that bats are kind of dangerous to eat, so let's stop eating them. Like, shit, Ebola and COVID. We gotta put bats on the things you can't eat list, and just PSA to all humans: stop eating bats. That's 2 times in recent history.
The bats. Sure, this wasn't a wet market, but it easily could have been. And last but not least, as we all know, the recent pandemic we just had is widely believed to have originated in China from a
Yeah.
bat in the Wuhan wet market. These are just a few of the diseases that have caused
And again from Asia, so like, and these wet markets, but they're also in certain countries with less or less of a punishment, it feels, and honestly just harder countries to govern. I mean, and police. I'm not saying obviously police state, but like, shit, these health breaks, these health scares, these could lead to extinction level events because some idiot wanted to eat a bat. Well, they taste really good. Yeah, but like that could kill everyone. COVID had the potential to, but for one time, like in recent history, humans were like, oh shit, this could actually be really bad. And then they worked together, and we saw almost the point at which humans remembered that, you know, we could all actually help each other instead of just like nuking each other every other weekend. You know, we could work together on something and like be productive. I mean, it's just like, it's so shocking that like stuff like this happens because
yeah. But here are some other diseases that are known to be present in these wild and exotic wet markets. The reason these wet markets pose such a hazard to humans is largely on the fact that almost all the meat will be cross-contaminated by the time it's sold. Since being sanitary is not really of the utmost importance. This,
literally,
with the close proximity of wild animals, makes it easy for diseases.
I mean, and then the fact is that the diseases jump from animal to animal, adapt to that animal, and then get closer to like adapting in other foods. And so it's like, okay, this thing that only affected a rabbit will now affects this dog, and then that now affects this dog. Well, it makes a jump, right? Or it jumps to different things, and it adapts faster. It spreads faster. It spreads around. And again, without these safety, you know, without a hygiene or anything in these places, you get things like this. I mean, literally.
To infect humans. And the hot and humid conditions in a lot of these markets make it a perfect place for the growth of bacteria and spread of disease. Or possibly something even worse.
Kay's cooking. Oh. Right. I'd still eat the fugu over Kay's cooking though, but yeah, right, what were the other ones we didn't get to, and how long are those videos? If they're not too long, maybe we'll do them. If not, we might have to do them next time. Depends on how long these are. Follow, so blah, blah, blah. 28 minutes is fairly long for this. So maybe we will save that one for next time as well.
You were on.
Yeah, I'm on a hunt. 33 minutes. I think these are a bit too long. Maybe we should have like a limit to how long these videos can be. Feel like that makes it make more sense. So we can get through more videos and stuff. How long are we up to? Shit. Let's do another one of K's or something. Because they're a bit shorter and we'll hit the 3-hour mark, right? As we do the vid is the one I wanted to see stay the most. Shit. How long is it? Alright, we'll do it. I won't pause as much through this one though. We'll do this one and then we'll end it.
Dissociative identity disorder. Once called multiple personality disorder, it's a disorder in which a person alternates between one or more alternate personalities that function with
separate memory. Tried to pause a little bit less during this as I have between some of the other ones.
The first detailed account of DID can be traced back to 1791, when a German woman began speaking perfect French and behaving like a French aristocrat, despite never having learned French or even having been to...
Well then how did she speak I said France. How did she speak French, right?
France. Although appearing extremely rare to the general public, it's estimated that between 1 to 3% of the global population may have this disorder.
That's like literally 0%. I mean, like, what's 1%? Like that's like 10 people. Tiny.
My name's Anthony Padilla, and today I'm going to be sitting...
Sorry, before we get into this, I still... Can people believe this is Anthony Padilla? He literally... He's Smosh. I'm sorry, this still just shocks me that he does videos like this now and he was just a Smosh. And like, I still watch some of those old Smosh videos occasionally. Man, like, I love the stuff he does, his recent stuff. I don't watch him much, but every time I see a video from him, it's so interesting and it's like, but I can't believe what that came from. You know, the content they were making before. It's just literally...
down with people who dissociate into fragmented identities to learn
we'll keep subtitles on.
Heavily misunderstood disorder.
And he absolutely is.
Does hidden capabilities and skills within the brain?
No.
People to harness brain power in a way others simply aren't.
No, it doesn't.
Or does it keep them feeling bogged down and restricted from participating in normality?
Probably.
Are they openly proud of their disorder? Or has the media's portrayal of DID forced them to live a life of alienation?
Well, how would
and
they know if they've got
solitude,
different
too worried of
personalities?
what their presence
One personality might be chill with it, and another personality might give a shit. So it's kind of difficult to say.
Hi, Amanda. Hi, the Redwoods.
So are these all people with DID, or are these people with wait, are these all people with DID, or are these some of the people? Actually, I guess I could let him explain. Because are they all people with DID, or is it just people with explaining DID?
Yourself, someone with dissociative identity disorder, someone with multiple alters.
All people with DID, yes.
We identify as first as we, and we identify as multiple. Sometimes we say we have DID, sometimes we say we're plural, but multiple is the main word that we use.
I consider myself.
Like, it's interesting, but then you think, okay, but like, what if one of them's like, nah, I don't? Like, is there any point that you can get it under control and say, hey, shit, we're having a group meeting, right? Like, literally, and then decide that Nin is from Dissocial DID. I watched them on YouTube. I don't watch enough on YouTube variety stuff like that.
So you could say somebody with dissociative identity disorder, or if you wanted to refer to us collectively, it would be saying that I'm part of a system of alters.
Can you explain what having DID entails?
Yeah,
Zion, she just like me for real. Well, Zion, you got DID, right? Is this true? Right. Zion, why didn't you get involved in this video then? You could have been on here, we could have reviewed you. Just send Anthony a message, see if you can get on the next one.
As a child, your personality was unable to fully develop into one singular personality. Everybody as a child starts off with an unintegrated personality, and around the ages of between 7 to 9 in normal development.
Isn't that crazy how long it takes the brain to just grow?
Then the brain can say, whoa, I can't deal with this. This cannot be my life, and we would not be able to survive if I was aware of this. So this trauma, along with the ability to dissociate to a high level and having disorganized attachments to your primary caregivers, prevents one personality from fully integrating, because the amnesia that goes up to keep that trauma away.
Yeah, it just locks out trauma, basically. Your brain's like, nah, that sucked, let's just forget that happened. I mean, it quite literally is just like a computer. It goes, this file is dangerous. This file is going to cause us to break down. So if we just lock this file off and you're not allowed to access it. I think, honestly, looking at the brain as more of a sort of computer is probably a better way to look at it. Because you think it makes less sense to look at it. It only locks out trauma for some of the identities, though, like the host. Yeah, well, think of it like a computer as well. Admin control. Some people should be allowed to see the trauma, right? So some people should be allowed to access parts of the computer where other people should never be allowed to access. Like, say it's a family computer. You know that some people should be allowed to open certain programs, but some people shouldn't have access to that. It makes sense to think of a brain like a computer, because a lot of like the mechanics of a brain work like a computer system. And having a certain degree of control over your brain and where information's stored and stuff, not everyone should be able to access that information. Why should some of the alters be allowed to, right? Because these are often developed into persecutors that bring the system down, but they can redeem themselves. Yeah, it's like if your kid disappoints you, you take away some of their privileges on the computer. You go, okay, well, I've blocked access to you on the computer from accessing this and this website. But if you're well behaved, I'll allow you access back. Ooh, that's the DID chick. I got them both mixed up. What?
And that's why, if you have DID, you have multiple personalities rather than one singular one.
For us, like, when we first started figuring it out, someone thought they were the only person for like a long time, right?
Yeah.
Like, as most people think, oh, I'm just the only person in this body.
That's what people would identify with normal.
Right. They're like, yeah, of course, there's only one person, right?
Right.
And you start to think, like, what could this be? Am I possessed? Am I like?
You thought you were possessed?
Like,
I mean, like, it's a fair point to think you're possessed, surely. I mean, something like takes over you and it's literally not you. I watch all his videos. I just got mixed up with the other one where he said he's just like me for real. Damn.
I didn't think I was possessed, but I definitely wasn't going to talk
Honestly,
to anyone in case
I don't watch like the Anthony Padilla stuff much, but every time I see him, I enjoy the content I see. It's just not the kind of stuff I watch right now. I don't know, I get into like, I'll be watching this and I just enjoy watching this stuff. And I don't watch as much YouTube as I used to watch, like different stuff on YouTube. Most of the stuff I watch nowadays is just, to be honest, recently it's just been like science stuff. So been into that. I don't know why.
I maybe was possessed.
Yeah, that's the last thing you want people to know if that's true.
Yeah. I actually Googled spirit possession when it got really strong.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Fortunately, this was like 2012.
Yeah.
There was some article that was like spirit possession versus dissociative identity.
It's not spirit possession. I'm going to say that, right? I stand on this. It's not spirit possession, right? TID makes more sense, okay?
Disorder. And I was like looking at that, and then I went to a therapist, and they were like, "Yep."
Again, thank God they went to a therapist, right? That's the main thing. That's the main takeaway. Go to a therapist. Go get professional help. Don't trust me. I don't know anything. Do you know who does know something? Right? A therapist. Okay? I don't know much. They do. Go see them. Then swaps to a couple other personalities really obvious in this vid, so you can see that. If there's we're not going to skip ahead to it, but
I don't know.
I know everything though. They should ask me. Yeah, I went on the internet once, so.
At the last count, which was actually about 2 weeks ago, I had 22, I think.
22.
We're 9 people living in one body, so we went from 3 to 9 over like 7 years.
I have 16, so there's 17.
One thing that I find interesting, I don't plan on skipping. I was just seeing if there's like a section about it. One thing I don't, so they said that this is all from a young age, and it's about 25, that the brain's fully developed in a human. So, do they gain alters after that age? Just when you're attracted to one of them, do you have to be in a relationship with all of them? I guess it would kind of be hard to, because think about it. You might be attracted to one of the alters, but you might not be attracted to the others, because the others might all suck. And the different identities in the systems can fall in love. Yeah, like, but for someone else, like, who's into someone who has it, it might be hard to, because you might not like the majority of them, effectively. So it's literally, if the majority of the alters suck, but the one alter's lovely, you're probably not going to want to be with them, because on the whole, they suck. Just being honest, I mean, like, yeah, but if, like, say a person A, but I hate everyone else, what do? I don't know. It would probably be difficult, because it's effectively like you're dating, well, with her, she said she had 22, so 22 different people. I know Nin was dating someone with the ID. Yeah, it's just like, that's crazy to think of. Like, it's just, it must be difficult.
Ranging from age 4.
I refer to her as her current identity. That's out.
Eternal. She's really cool.
Whoa.
She's really, really cool.
Whoa. Do you show her frequently?
She fronts occasionally. She's the caretaker, so she takes care of the littles in our heads, and then occasionally she'll come out to take care of me if I'm not doing so well. So she kind of fronts in the sidelines and behind the scenes more.
First off, do you
like, I'm sorry, but like seeing this, like, and how people talk about it, like, it just makes you think that the brain itself has to be like work as some kind of like computer system that logically approaches a lot of this stuff. I'm sorry, but this wouldn't make sense, you know, if it doesn't work like that. It has to be some kind of littles of child identities. I figured that one, right? I figured that's what it would refer to.
Be referred to as,
it's very confusing, at least to me.
Plural.
It actually doesn't seem that confusing. It seems pretty logical, right? To allow control to parts of the brain that can handle it, the defense mechanism built into the brain. Like, the brain seems logical. Humans seem illogical. Emotions seem illogical. They don't fit. That's why the human brain organizing and creating something like DID seems absolutely logical. It makes sense. Because it categorizing and saying, okay, well, this alter's like quite abrasive, so they're probably better at dealing with certain things. Whereas this alter is quite childlike, so it makes no sense for them to deal with this issue. So it's like putting a trigger warning on something and saying, you're not old enough to see this yet. Come back when you're older. As a child, you can't escape a situation physically, you disassociate, so something else you experience. It's exactly. It's literally like a trigger warning. You effectively block out what you don't want to see. And the brain to keep you safe. It logically makes sense for a brain to work like that. The emotional response you have to that seems less logical than what your brain itself is doing. It's why I can't not think of like a brain as a computer. Like when you draw that comparison, it makes more sense that way to see it like that. It just orders things. It's just looking around and trying to keep your safety, self-preservation. You know, if that is causing intense trauma and stress can bring out a lot of problems in people, well, then you think, okay, well, if I just wasn't having that stress and I could just literally keep the stress locked out, I'm not going to be stressed. Must be confusing, though.
Who you're talking to. If you're talking about me, as in me, the person sat in front of you, talking to you with my personality, then it's me, one person as Nin. But if I was, let's say, co-con, so there was more than one person essentially in the driving seat, then it would be we, more than one person.
How might a normal day?
Following their thinking, child or little is never the right choice. No, exactly. But that's exactly my point. Like, let's say it's a family computer. Realistically, your child shouldn't ever be on that computer, but it might have to come out at some point. It might just run over and go on the computer. You didn't need it to. You didn't want it to, right? You didn't say, kid, go on the computer. It's the parents' computer, really. They bought it. They paid for it. They're the ones responsible for it, right? And your safety. But if the kid goes on it and the kid's on it, you know, you can't stop that. Like, it might happen. You might kick them off. You might find out. Like, you know, shit, when you were a kid and you were playing your DS under the covers, right? And your parents said it's bedtime. And they bought you the DS, but you said, yeah, I'm going to sleep. I'm not going to go on that. Trust me. And then you go on it under the covers and you're lying. Your computer example is actually awesome. It makes it much easier to understand. That's how I think of it, because emotions themselves act like they're irrational. Everything emotional is just irrational. The computer idea makes more sense. Computer is logical. And what they're doing, this disassociation, seems logical. To segment bits off that aren't understood well for people seems to make sense. And the actual admin control as well also makes sense, like the adult one. So if you experience more trauma later on, your personalities are split up more into personalities get really close to one another. See, I do wonder if once the brain itself is fully developed, if this continues to split, or if this is just up to full development of the brain. Like, once you hit, it's not 100% 25 in every person, but it's about the age of 25 your brain is fully developed, right? So I wonder if after this point they don't see an expansion or more personality splits, or if that's like, you know, the brain has now different mechanisms to deal with it. But, like, this is why science is interesting. This is why people looking into this stuff, this is why you can speak to therapists, not me, because I don't know enough about it. I mean, my only understanding of, like, things like psychology and stuff is through the bit we covered in criminology with Freud and stuff. I think if you feel an emotion or have an experience which none of the people can handle, it assumes and makes a new one. Possible, yeah. It's like, okay, well, the rest of us don't know how to deal with it, so let's build a new character. It's like a video game. Shit, I don't have a build for this one activity. Time to make a build. Once you develop DIB, you can still gain more identities later or have them merge. So I wonder if it's less likely after the brain's development or full development. Once it's there, it doesn't go away. No, I didn't say go away. I imagine you still exhibit like the splitting of alters. But I mean, does it like split? Is it more splits effectively as you get older? Or does it seem to split less? Because if it splits more, and then it would be like, yeah, because a child realizing that they need to deal with this in this one way. Like, again, I think video games always seem to be good comparisons to a lot of these things. It's like, oh shit, new emotion unlocked. Time to create a build for that. Time to create something to deal with that. Makes a lot of sense. I mean, it seems to make a lot of sense.
Be different for you.
Who wants to answer?
consciousness is such a strange thing. Like, that's a whole... There's so many debates that could be had about consciousness. Like, who knows? And then co-consciousness is even stranger, because imagine you're conscious, but someone else is conscious. Trauma is being experienced, another identity can't take the driving seat for the trauma at the time. Current identity that is can split again. Yeah, it's like, shit, I'm not going to be able to think of the word now, but, like, yeah, where it's going to split it up. Partition it, that's it. Partition out trauma and just, create something to deal with that. Like, effectively, you're kind of, that personality suffered trauma, but why should the rest of you suffer the trauma? It's probably not the greatest defense mechanism, but it is a defense mechanism. And again, that's the thing with an evolutionary understanding of science makes sense. The brain isn't designed perfect to deal with any of this, but it uses a mechanism that's good enough. It uses a mechanism that works well enough. It doesn't have to be perfect. And then there's like 30 plus identities today. Yeah. That must be... I mean, shit, how much control do you even really have of your body at that point? If you've got 30 identities. This is 4 years old, 4 years ago at 22. Jeez. I mean, at that point, you start thinking, how much of the person is left? Really? And then, what even is consciousness anymore? Because that's a huge mystery. Shit. But that's like philosophical and psychological.
So it was like a combination of Ali
and then biology as well.
We can kind of
shit, there's even a degree of chemistry involved.
Came into what we would call co-consciousness.
Then is one of the hosts used fronts most often.
Which is the shared experience of kind of being able to talk.
So I do wonder if you get to the point. I wonder if a way to cure something like this, for a person, well, of course it would be to do that. It's figuring out how to do that. It would be to realign all of the alters under one alter. It would be effectively, I'm going to use the example of Steven Universe. Despite not knowing much about the show, I know that the gems are combinations of like different, isn't it, emotions or something? So it's kind of recombining all of those into one person. If it separates the parts off, it brings them down the ladder. It separates, splits them up. You create, here's one that goes out here and here's one that goes out another way, branches off. What if you were to say, combine them, bang, back together, right? You two, you're pretty similar, come back together, right? It's obviously not, it's the same with like, look at Phantom Pain. Like Phantom Pain, not unironically, Phantom Pain's one of the most bizarre phenomenon in humans, where it's like, someone gets their leg amputated and it still hurts in their leg that's not there anymore. Well, it doesn't make sense. It's their brain saying that it should be hurting. It thinks it should be hurting. And I know one of the ways they actually cure things like Phantom Pain is they use mirroring techniques. Yeah, it's exactly like this. Nin even said in a video, 2 personalities fuse into one. It's kind of like gem fusion. Still 2 identities, but now you're one, share the memories. Exactly. So the way to surely deal with something like this, and to get rid of DID, would be coming up with some kind of mechanism to allow a brain to realign the alters, to bring every alter back into what we'd say is a normal person's thinking, where it's just you deal with all of the emotions together. You deal with all of them. They conflict with each other, right? With this, it actually even makes more sense because they don't have to deal with the frustrations of certain things conflicting. I mean, look, shit, it's probably better if you're not conflicted on points. One alter might be entirely for this one thing and have no opposition in their head to it. Whereas, like, if I'm thinking of an idea, I get opposition from myself. I'll be like, nah, that's a stupid idea. And then I'll be thinking, but that's a great idea at the same time. I wonder if they have as much of this. Seems interesting, though. Shit, you just got to think of a way to realign it.
And they're basically like coordinating in the dark with someone who's not there when they're there. And so like you might
brain wouldn't want to do that though, because realigning everyone back into one thing will also expose the host's trauma that was locked away. Yeah, obviously this isn't something that probably should ever be done until a certain age, but maybe then that is exactly what they need, because as much as the traumatic event is like a traumatic event, maybe that's something that the brain has to accept existed and happened. And maybe it has to accept the fact that it was traumatic and then cope with the trauma. Because I think that just taking a traumatic experience and effectively locking it away, but it's like a poison almost. It's like a cancer. It sits there, it's waiting, it's bad. But we say we don't have it and it doesn't do anything while it's there. It's like, we know it's bad though. The goal should be to that trauma's there. It exists. It doesn't matter what you do, it exists. It's just hidden. We can't see it, but we know we know it's there. The best way of dealing with it is to not. I think acceptance of trauma has to be a thing that only at a certain age where there's a level of maturity that they can understand it. I don't think. No, there is no chance in hell you should be having like some young child which you're trying to do this with if they've had a traumatic experience. They need to be at a certain age to be able to emotionally handle it. But I don't think it's a good idea to keep trauma buried down like that and then just go, well, it's traumatic, but if I don't think about it, it's okay. And it's only bad when I think about it. It's like, that's the point. Trauma sucks. But fronting the trauma should be a better idea and kind of releasing it. Because if you just hold on to it and you go, okay, this is trauma. As long as I don't think about it, it's okay. I've locked it out. You can't get in. But it's still out there, you know. The bear at the back window, clawing at your windows, trying to get in. That's what trauma holders are there for. They're created to hold on to trauma. They keep it locked away. No wonder those identities hate everything and want to bring the system down. Their existence is pain. They can work the trauma holder and help them handle it. They redeem themselves and not become the persecutor. Yeah, that's the thing. I feel like if they could release that trauma and just like let it go, it would probably be easier to kind of gain control of stuff like this. But it's so interesting to think that brains can do this. And it's just a method that we've come up with. Or a brain has come up with. It's like the brain's like, shit, what can I do? Partitioning is literally what it does. It's like, okay, well, this emotion kind of sucks and being in this way kind of sucks, so let's split. Okay, well, this thing also kind of sucks, so let's split. It's a quick fix to a problem, and it does it in the quickest response. And it also makes sense because it's not concerned about the long-term implications of this. It's concerned about the main issue at hand. Like, if you're going through a traumatic experience, for the brain to act in this way makes exact sense. You're dealing with trauma currently. It's not planning for in the future how this will affect you. It doesn't care that if 10 years down the line, this has actually caused a problem. I recommend going back to the video like 15 seconds to hear the whole point. Go back 15 seconds. Shit, it doesn't have the double tap thing that phone's got. Right.
To what we would call co-consciousness, and that's a pretty common term.
That was probably more than
which is
15
the
seconds.
Shared experience of kind of being able to talk to each other. A lot of people don't have that, and they're basically like coordinating in the dark with someone who's not there when they're there. And so like you might be doing something and then come back, and it's 3 days or 3 weeks later, and your life has been lived, and all kinds of stuff is happening. I have a friend who would be heading one place, and then someone would switch, and then they'd head back home, and then they'd switch and head back and forth, and it would take like 4 hours to get out of that loop until the same person came back and was like, no, we're actually going here. And
See, that's one thing though, like, and I don't mean this as like, they shouldn't be allowed to drive, so, but isn't that a concern? Last time I meditated, I feel like someone was almost co-conscious and talking to someone else. Maybe. Again, I'm not going to tell you what I think you have or anything. I would see a therapist on things, because I'm not qualified to, I'm going to keep meditating to see what else happens. I think honestly a therapist is probably your best solution, just not BetterHelp, right? I'm going to continue my hate wave on BetterHelp. I don't even like the idea of BetterHelp. I don't even care that they're like, well, it's convenient. It's like, nah, I don't like the concept of that. Screw that company. Screw what they did. Screw all of it. Even if they go, oh, no, some of them are certified. I don't care, right? Yeah, I'm not self-diagnosing anything. I plan to see a psychiatrist. Yeah, honestly, that is the best advice I can give. Always, it's see a professional. I'm glad that there are videos out here that are like, offering BetterHelp his ass. Exactly. I will continue the hate wave. Oh, by the way, average Joe could be giving you therapy advice. It's like that's the thing. People shouldn't just take things they hear on the internet and then say that's it, that I've diagnosed from this. watching this video is like, if you think you have it from this video, it's like, it's not today say, I have it because I watched the video. And I know that's not the purpose of this video. This video is to talk about things that these people are going through. Like, it's just like, you know, a kind of documentary thing. It's like, okay, here's what we suffer with. So, and then so people can use this and maybe then be conscious of these things and then maybe go see someone. But self-diagnosing is a very, very, very dangerous thing, right? Because your brain also might play into that idea a lot more if you want yourself to have this, right? To bring awareness to it, exactly. And I also think that it's kind of a double-edged sword, because then maybe people see this and want to have this. Maybe people then create ideas in their head that they have this. I think people can then also carve out. See, again, makes sense with your brain being a stupid computer. Your brain doesn't want to look at the image, but it keeps searching up the image it doesn't want to do. It keeps doing things that are negative. I think the idea of just some computer left there makes sense, right? Because your brain's stupid, but it's logically very smart. It makes sense on paper. It does. It's short-term solutions, right? It does what makes sense at the moment. It goes off the short-term highs, and that doesn't account for anything in the long run. Your brain's not that intelligent, really, when you think about it. It's logical. It offers a solution. It's not a fix, right? Shit, there's water leaking, okay? We'll put duct tape over it. Well, that helps for the short term, but in the future, we've got to fix what's broken. Well, I don't know about that. Your brain's not built to deal with that. You got to deal with that. But, you know, humans kind of imperfect.
What
Everything's kind of imperfect, though.
To text themselves or leave notes on their iPhone and read those. And so it's kind of when you come to the front and you feel disoriented, you can read those notes.
It's almost like having amnesia.
But surely, like, no offense, that this means that you shouldn't be allowed to drive with this. I'm not, like, using that, but, like, surely if you don't have control and you could just swap partway through, then you surely shouldn't be allowed to drive or operate a vehicle, like, yourself. Because if you're not fully in control of the car, in the same way someone who's drunk is not in full control of the car, someone who's high is not in full control of the car, someone who at any point could just have, someone with bad eyesight is not in real full control of the car because they're not able to make those decisions. Surely this is that same kind of thing where it's like, if you have this, you shouldn't be in control of a car. I don't recommend driving with it when driving past a toy store. It's caused a little front. Yeah, I genuinely, like, and again, that's not to say that people with the ID shouldn't be allowed to exist and do things, but like, for the safety of everyone, like having someone in a car that at any point could snap to an alter that doesn't know how to drive, or doesn't care if they know how to drive, or doesn't care about following the rules, or is more aggressive on the road, or something like that, could be a genuine concern to other people's safety. Plus, I know over here with there's loads of disorders that you get and you just can't have a driver's license. They're just straight up saying, no, you can't have one. Like, it's just not safe enough for you to be on the road. And it's not ableism or anything. It's not treating someone with a disability wrong because of their disability. It's saying that could seriously impact other people's lives. So I'm surprised that in effect you can drive with this. But I guess it depends on what degree of control that they think. I wonder if they have to go through an evaluation, extra evaluations before they're able to be allowed to drive.
Amnesia and leaving notes for
Yeah,
yourself?
no, it's called dissociative amnesia is like basically the term for that.
I was in the bath. I just switched out, so I had no memory of what happened before. Didn't remember getting in the bath because it wasn't me.
Yeah.
It was my alter Kyle, who's my primary protector, and he'd apparently decided that he wanted a snack while he was in the bath, and there was this half-eaten banana on like the shampoo holder, and I was like, what? Why? That's disgusting.
So you just realized that you are in a bathtub with a half-eaten banana.
Yeah, like peeled. It was pretty beautiful.
See, like, I mean, like,
how do you feel about the different labels in terms of personality, alters, identities, multiple?
Yeah.
I do wonder if their alter names have significance, and I would 100% assume they do, right? I 100% assume their names. You got to see Carl later in the video. Wait. Before we do that, right? The reason I say I would 100% say that the names have some kind of importance is because of this, right? I'm not going to be able to spell it correctly. Here it is, right? This thing. Oh, Boo Bat and Kiki. Are those Boo Boo and Kiki? Right, this image here, right? We associate names with images and stuff and ideas. And it's like this experiment, which one's Kiki and which one's Booba? And the majority of people say that this one's Kiki because they think a key and being sharp. Yeah. Generally has a name that they give themselves. But I wonder if the name itself is to do with the kind of general role of it. So the role itself is something in importance to what the role's for. Like that's what their association with it is. So the name actually kind of pertains to what the goal of it is. It's like almost labeling a class. Shit, that even makes more sense, right? With like the video game analogy, because it's like, again, they create a new class almost that's good for this situation. This is the build they've created to deal with this enemy type or this mechanic because it's better for that. Say Nin and Carl have fused together and they now just go by Kia, right? And there must be some kind of link with that because, again, the brain sees things like this and it gives it a name that makes sense, right? Like to it, to them. You know, that's the thing. And this experiment is super interesting, which is why I think of this. I don't know when it was in 1924 they conducted that experiment. It's a really interesting one because it's like, why do we look at shapes and go, they're different?
There are a lot of people who don't like the term personality because when a lot of people think of personality, they think of like how you act in a certain situation. So some people, when I've told them about DID in its most basic terms, have said like, well, I have a completely different personality when I'm at work, and then I come home and I'm a different person. And it's like,
yeah, but like that is technically a problem that we have with it's like when people use, especially in science, they go, well, it's just a theory. It's like, yeah. But that's because the term theory that you're thinking of has a different definition in science than it does from a theory. I have a theory for something, right? It's using the same word, so they're technically not wrong. And she's technically not wrong. They're both just using effectively the same word, meaning two different things. It's a problem of language. That's not a problem of people. I don't think that's a misunderstanding. I think that's well, it is a misunderstanding, really, because two people are using the word personality and meaning different things. But that's a problem with our language, is it should be called something different. Like, the identity part makes more sense. A different identity, you know, which is why, like, split personality disorder doesn't really... Like, because, like, you know how NASA have stopped using the term UFO? Because so many people just think of UFOs now as spaceships. And it's like, if a plane that they don't recognize is coming in, that's a UFO. It could be a normal plane. Just completely normal airplane. Nothing wrong with it. It's human made, right? From a country that's allowed to travel there, but they haven't identified what it is. That's a UFO. But NASA don't even use that term anymore because so many people just think of it and go, spaceship, grey aliens, right? And so maybe it's like, that's why they've changed the name of this, because it makes more sense.
It's kind of different when it comes to DID. So some people feel that the term personality isn't quite encompassing or serious enough.
And that's identified aerial phenomena. Exactly.
The term that's generally used in the community and the
that is one of the main things. Scientific terms are very different from colloquial terms that we all use and stuff. So, I mean, and that's a problem. That's, again, always going to be a language problem because people are going to use the term personality and they wouldn't be wrong in what they say. They do have different personalities at work from when they get home and they're not wrong, but she's also not wrong. She's using personality correctly. So this is I think when we use names for things, we should try and be conscious of the fact that conscious, perfect word to use in this situation. We should be conscious of, like, you know, words with like having double meanings for this stuff, because then people think, oh, it's just you're kind of moody today. No, it's not moody. It's they're effectively a different person. I mean, in all intents and purposes, they're not the same person, right? They are different. So
side of things is alters because it's
that's semantics, though.
State of identity. So that's what we prefer to use.
When did you first realize that you have DID?
Well, it was almost exactly a year ago.
Oh, so it was pretty recent then.
Yeah, so I was having a panic attack, and I kind of felt myself as a consciousness retreat to the back of my own mind. So I was watching everything from behind, and there was just nothing there.
In 2012, yeah, so this is, so we just switched right there, really. So there was Allie talking, but then like Allie pulled away because this is Eliza. I was the one who was there and thought I was the only one. So yeah, I thought I was a boy, and I thought I was one person.
But maybe he is one of them. It depends on who's talking, right?
Expectations, right? Yeah.
Well, she described it as kind of what I'm happening when I'm meditating. Fair enough. Again, I'm gonna. Again, hopefully we figure out what it is. Well, we, not me. I'm not figuring anything out. Hopefully you figure out what it is. Well, the therapist, psychiatrist,
all of this, a whole like strategy.
figures out and you get some answers.
But I was so busy dealing with family member with cancer, personal life stress, housing stress, and then this sudden trigger, it crumbled. And there was Allie and Z.
How did you feel once you realized?
Yeah, that I wasn't the only one here.
Yeah.
So the first feeling was actually overwhelming love and joy. I was
you
crying.
Felt good.
I was
about
like, it was like a family reunion with these other parts of myself, other characters, but like.
I feel like Inside Out, right? Inside Out, that film. If people haven't seen it, I won't go too into detail. That makes perfect sense. The different emotions being separated and stuff. But like, again, and even in that film, they kind of look at it like it's a computer. That film, they got a big old screen. They see what's happening, and it's like, well, what if you split off these little emotions and stuff? It's obviously more than just that, but it's like it makes sense to look at it in that way. Separate them, and they all have different thoughts and stuff. I mean, literally.
Protagonists in
brains
life.
being
How
stupid,
DID works is
but logical.
The person who fronts the most often, the host, is generally the one who is kept unaware. Other alters can be unaware too, but the brain is built like that. That's why DID exists.
So that actually does have a decent tie to DID in it. And if you, now that I think about it, DID, like the whole, I think what I like about Inside Out is it kind of shows the separation aspect as well. Is like, if you think about it, it could be DID, you have mixed memories being co-conscious with the emotions. Exactly. Let's say you remove an emotion. There could be one day where it's just one of the alters has joy and none of the other emotions there. And then the second that's challenged, they just shift into a different alter. They swap in anger. It's like Pokemon. You swap out joy because you're not happy anymore and you're in a situation that calls for it. And you swap out. And you don't have to deal with joy in this situation. You only have one Pokemon in the battle at this point. So you don't have to use all the emotions in this situation. And it's like a more concise way of dealing with a situation. It's a different kind of logic, I guess. Instead of having all of them there acting at once. Like people without it, they have the emotions acting all together and conflicting with each other. So, and all the memories held at one. Whereas with this, it kind of separates it up. So it's very weird.
No, you have DID.
Right, that's its entire purpose.
Exactly. So if somebody then comes to you and says, hey, you've got this, your brain is going to go, whoa, no, you can't know about this. This is the whole way we've lived our life in order to survive. I was seen by the crisis team after a suicide attempt, and she asked me to fill in some questions, and this one had been a little different from the others, and it was my first real kind of communication with one of my alters, Kyle, my primary protector, the banana guy.
The banana guy?
Like, and you see in this moment, right, like she's talking about a suicide attempt and doesn't really seem that bothered by it. Like that's kind of a thing, right? Like, and it would make sense if then it's kind of because this alter's not really bothered about being that upset. If that's one of the other alter's jobs, when it needs to be more appropriate, because that would be a more logical thing, not really upset with it. This one situation, they can detach themselves. Well, not they can detach. They are detached in a way. One of her persecutors tried to commit. Exactly. And so, but with that, it's like, so she can talk about this. She said, this one can talk about it, but then one of the other ones can't, because that would be a lot more for them worse. And so you can see how it doesn't really affect this alter, because it was almost like talking about someone else. Like, well, I didn't do that. It wasn't me. It was someone else. And like, literally, that's a valid point.
He's gonna hate me for that.
He's gonna watch this later and be like, yeah, no,
yeah, that's
we need
who
to
I
have a
am
talk.
now. I'm the banana guy. And he basically saved my life after this, and I could hear him talking to me, and it was the first time that I actually kind of wasn't like, okay, yeah, so this is my inner voice. Yeah. That's what I thought it was. Everybody else says, like, you know, your inner voice, you talking to yourself. Yeah. And this lady in the crisis team was like, have you ever heard voices? Before this, I would not have given that a second thought. I've been asked that before and was like, no, definitely not. It was very much like a man's voice. It didn't sound like it was coming externally. Again, it wasn't exactly like a voice.
It was an interpretation.
Well, yeah, obviously, none of these are voices. None of your internal stuff's a voice. It's just your brain thinking it is. Isn't that crazy? Everyone's got that inner voice they'll talk about. It's like there ain't a voice in there. There's nothing in there. It's just your brain thinking. I think that's also stupid interesting. When you think in your brain, you hear some people got the inner voice, you hear it, and you're talking to yourself. But you're not talking. You're not saying anything. It's like when you read in your head. You're not reading. Like, you're not talking it out loud in your head. You're just seeing it, and that translates to words and stuff. It's so strange how the brain does that.
Fine. And he was like, I'm going to be with you the whole time. You're going to be fine. You can do this. And was like, you need to lie on your stomach now. And I was like, what? And
to be honest, seeing this makes sense from, like, again, a survival-esque point of view. Why do all of the different things come into effect at all points for a human? But obviously there are probably long-term effects that the brain doesn't seek out or care to look at the bigger picture when it's doing this. It's like, okay, well, this makes sense for the situation. I talk to myself in my head and suddenly make the movements with my mouth like I'm actually talking. No, I don't do that. I mean, shit, sometimes I'll do it when there's a good song, but that's about it. And that's the thing. It's like, but talking in your head, there's no, it's not talking. That's the thing. It's there's no voice in the head, but it's a voice. You hear a voice, and it's not a voice. That part's crazy when you think about it. It's like your brain is saying that you're talking to yourself. Your brain's saying that there's you're thinking, but it isn't. It's kind of making it easy for you to interpret it. It's weird. But the brain is making it stupid for you to understand. It's dumbing it down. It's really weird. Like, I barely open and close my mouth and move my tongue. I don't make lip movements and stuff. I have no idea. The brain is a very weird thing. I'm going to continue to use the term stupid for the brain, because it is stupid, I think. I think this DID thing is proof that a brain is stupid. Because when you look at it, it's like, that's a really stupid way of dealing with it. Because it didn't account for anything in the long term. It didn't think about what problems might this cause. But it in the short term, it thought that was a great idea. It's like, what if we gave everyone a free house? Because then everyone would have a house. But it didn't plan for the long term of what that would do. Like, it sounds great on paper. And I think that's the thing with the brain. Brains do what's good for a person at the time. But it might be worse for a person in the long run.
A body experience almost?
Why would it care about that?
It's part of dissociating. It's called derealization, when you don't experience what's happening in your life or the world around you as real. It feels like a dream.
I've experienced that many times in my life because I've had severe panic attacks.
Yeah.
And in those moments, it feels like my body goes numb. I feel like I'm able to see myself and my actions from a third-party perspective.
Yeah.
And I've almost felt crazy because I feel like there's me, and then there's a me inside my head noticing my outside actions.
That's derealization. You're dissociating from yourself because it's a traumatic situation. If you're having a panic attack.
Yeah, like, if you look at all of this, it's like the brain doesn't really have trauma responses. And think about how stupid that is. How can we think of our brains as intelligent when trauma is a thing that happens to a lot of people? And the brain's response is, I don't know, I guess this works. That's something that, like, I can't get past. How it feels like it's a dumb system. It's a dumb way to deal with it. It's like, I don't have a plan. I guess just pretend it doesn't happen for some people. It's not a great response, but it's the one it thinks of first.
You are
Band-aid response. Should have used that term.
Experience, for example, like you're recording something on camera and then you look back at it later and you are just then realizing for the first time what occurred on camera?
I did have a little while where I was like, I don't ever want anybody to see me like that. But it was coming to terms with, that's not you. And that's why it's okay. And if people are looking at
Brain's Taurus is quite literally like literally, yeah. And it's like, again, it's not intelligently designed. A dumb system. It's a dumb system that just does things randomly. And like, when we think of how the brain works, it's like it chooses the quickest option. It chooses the first response it can think of. Oh, you've got a stab wound. Quick, get a bandage. Like, there's other things we could do. No, the plaster. The plaster's even quicker. Grab a plaster. That's good enough. Why do we need anything else? I mean, that covers it. It's like, that's what the brain does. It does the logical thing. It's like, well, I guess we've kind of stopped some of it. We've stopped the bleeding. Like, but there's other bleeding. Like, it's not all of it dealt with. Well, I don't care. We've done enough. That's how stupid your brain is.
I alter.
We wouldn't have any of these problems if our brains were intelligent. That's just how you know your brain's unintelligent.
And saying that's Nin, then they're denying that other alter's existence. And I had to stop thinking from the point of view of that this is my body, I'm the only one who deserves to be here, this is only going to be my life forever. Because they've always been there, or most of them have always been there. They have a life and feelings and wants and dreams of their own.
Just kill them off. Like, seriously. Surely there's a way you kill them off. Kill off the other alters. Kill off the one with trauma. Sounds harsh, but if they're in your body, you could kill them off. I'm sure there's probably been a thought experiment like that. Well, what if you were to kill off an alter? What if you just literally kill it? What if we go in and we just have them die? Like the phantom pain thing, they use the mirroring one where they're like, okay, so your brain thinks that your leg's still there. Well, what if we remind it that the leg is still there and you trick your brain? The fact that they do use that mirroring thing when it comes to phantom pain, it's like you get people who lose the limb and it's like they were caught in an awkward angle, so the pain is still there. So you show them your leg reflected and the brain's like, shit, my leg's back. And then kind of clocks that it isn't. Because you've got to almost update your brain and be like, hey, no, we actually did lose this leg. Right? It's like maybe if there's a way you just kill off one of it. But actually, when you look at some psychologists, the idea is they're crazy, so...
Should the fact that we've experienced terrible things and suffered be another reason that we should have to suffer?
Do each of your alters have names?
They all have names, ages, and literally the personalities.
Yeah.
They're all very distinct.
How do they end up receiving names?
Oh, they tell me their names.
Oh, really?
And I have no idea where they come up with some of them because
Really?
I'm like, this is not something I would have ever chosen. Like, what? Where did that come from? Like, one of my alters' name is Freedom.
Freedom?
Yeah.
I do find interesting freedom. Being an American. That's like the number one important thing, I thought. So, right. Just a coincidence. I think not. Freedom. That's the most American name she could come up with. That's got to be the Protector.
Yes.
Does that alter represent freedom in any way?
I mean,
Protector.
Her first name was Pain, and then she switched it to Freedom.
Oh, okay.
That absolutely an American response. Freedom. We turn pain into freedom. That literally.
Yeah.
A very literal naming
so
system.
it was for her. So
Yes.
some of my protector's name is Brad.
I hate that name, Brad. I'm sorry. That's the worst name ever. No, no, it's not. No, like the Braden, Aiden, Jaden kind of thing. That's worse names. But like it's like they're just generic-y. But like again, I think that like it's interesting because Brad, what association do you get with the name Brad? Like I always think of those traditional like, you know, Disney films, and it's like the school bully is called Brad, right? The school bully is the school jock, and he puts kids in lockers and stuff, right? Right. Like, I don't know. So you get like names like that and you associate them with stuff. So like, I wonder if like they have those connections for them. So like they think of this name and they associate this name with the thing, and the Boo Boo, I keep saying Boo Boo, Boo Boo and Kiki thing. I wonder if they put that connection together and they go, okay, well this name evokes this thing to me, so that's what this thing will be named.
Yes, the protector, his role is a protector for us, and his name is Brad.
Do you consider having DID a hindrance in your day-to-day life?
Even normal things like going out to a coffee shop or going out to the zoo, whenever me and my partner, who also has DID, try and do something nice, I don't think there's ever been an occasion where one of us hasn't been triggered. It's hard to do things that are simple, like walking around shopping centres, because certain things can be positive triggers, which encourage certain alters to front. For example, if we walk past a toy store, it's
yeah, I see what the thing you're talking about is.
Oh, it's a good trigger then.
Well, yeah, but that doesn't mean that it's safe for a little to suddenly be walking around. They're a child, so the brain essentially
and this is the thing, like where it's like
will have split off and separated that area of life, those experiences. So while they still have access to an adult brain and will be able to understand adult concepts and be able to use.
But are they really able to? Like, the only thing about that that's true is that they have the adult brain. But like, again, the kid on the adult computer doesn't have access to all of the parts of it. I mean, it's got the same keyboard for the same access to words, but it might not be able to go to all the same websites and stuff. And it's not going to understand how to use half the programs on that computer because it's a stupid child and they don't know anything.
Adult words, the way they process things is still the mind of a child.
Well, exactly.
So they probably won't know where they are. They'll likely get scared. I don't know where the body's going to be when I come back to. Somebody could take them. Yes, we're in an adult body, but adults get taken places.
Exactly. Being in an adult body doesn't mean anything about the likelihood of being kidnapped, right? Like, genuinely. And if you're a child, you're not doing a proper risk assessment of things because you're a child, so you're probably not doing things that you wouldn't do normally. Like, normally, you wouldn't walk down deep, dark alleyway, right, and just be exploring. And, you know, that might be a thing. You might just do that and you wouldn't know it because, you know, that's just something that could happen.
You know, if you are in... It's frightening not to have control.
Well, I imagine it is. So.
Not to have memory because you don't know what's happened.
That sounds terrifying.
It is terrifying.
I'd imagine it would be.
All of the brain power. I don't have all the body batteries. Like some.
But again, that's like most people. There's the brain can't deal with all the things because the brain's like a crappy computer that's got too many tasks running. So.
Some of it's Ali, some of it's Z.
So it's not each person doesn't have 100% within their own.
Yeah, I mean, like it's 100% is hard. Like they're 100% of themselves, but in terms of managing the body, I do feel like on a somatic level or like a body energy level, like we have each different connections to different pathways in the brain and in the body. Like I feel more sensation in certain parts of my body. And then if Allie comes to the front and I go away, Allie's gonna feel something differently. She might even taste something differently.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder if like the parts of the brain could be allergic to shit. Like certain alters are allergic to stuff, right? The other ones aren't.
And like different people have some food preferences based on that, but unfortunately we don't get to explore a lot of that because it's hard to go into a restaurant and be like, hey, there's actually 9 of us eating. Can you give us like this order and this order,
please?
Yeah.
Do you proudly tell people?
Just order the burger. Who doesn't like burgers? No way one of the alters is like, no, actually, I don't like burgers. No chance. Just get a cheeseburger or a pizza. That's proper food, right? Ask for Kay's cooking. You'll be okay. Doesn't matter which altar comes out. You'll be good the whole day.
Have DID, or is that something that's more of a secret?
I wouldn't call it a secret.
Right.
I think the only problem, weirdly, with this whole thing is that he's asking them questions, and it's like, but only one of them's answering. If you think about it, like, well, I don't know which altar it might have said, is answering. This altar might be fine with answering and saying that, but one of them might be like, nah, I hate saying it, or the other one might be like, sometimes I like to say, like, so it's like he's asking a question to effectively one person when we're saying that there's like 9 people in there or something. Like, that's the thing. It's like,
I mean, you know,
you're
doing an
here
interview.
in front of the world.
Yes, but there have been, I am careful, because there have been times I've told people who have completely retreated from my life just because the stigma is around it. One of my altars, she's my 16-year-old, has purposely told people we have it to push people away when she didn't like them.
So it's a defense mechanism.
see that later Ninja, she informed most of the identities of the I'll read that again. We'll see with Nin later that she informed most of the other identities about the interview happening, and they're ready to answer. Exactly. And the only problem is in this interview, obviously, he doesn't have infinite time. He's like he hasn't asked each one of the identities the questions. So like that she can give an answer for a certain identity, doesn't speak for all of them. And it's like, I understand limitations of doing a YouTube video and stuff, and like maybe not all of the identities are open to talking. Maybe some are, but
for her it is.
Yeah.
For some of us, it's better to not say. I'm trying very hard to stay in the body.
Yeah, I
I'm
get it.
sorry.
If you need to take a moment, totally cool.
I'm just watching, sorry.
Yeah, no worries. Take your time. We got plenty of time, like I was saying.
It's hard.
I know it's hard, but you're so strong because you flew all the way out here, and and it's okay to feel these things because, yeah, like I said, you're here to talk about it.
Like, and it's literally just like changing user on a computer. I'm going to continue using the computer analogy. I think it works perfectly. It takes time to swap user. You got to log into the other profile, and then you forgot your password. And like, literally, it takes ages, and then the computer's got to load everything again. I'm effectively rebooting. I got to open all the programs again. Right.
Do you want to take a quick moment?
Sorry, what?
Do you want to take a quick moment off stage?
No, I'm here now, sorry.
Okay, yeah.
Hi.
Hi,
It's
no
Kyle.
worries. Hello, Kyle.
Nice to meet you.
Hi, good to meet you.
Of course we were in a skirt.
Yeah. You're not cool with the skirt?
No, not really.
No?
I'm a bit uncomfortable.
I see you trying to cover it up.
Yeah, no, I'm looking at my legs.
So you don't approve of Nin's choice?
I mean, I'd prefer not to be in it.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, cool, looks great on her, whatever.
Yeah.
I'm sure.
It's British. Well, that sounds English, but god damn it, who put on an English accent? But then again, I think of Kyle's, right? Kyle's accent is a lot thicker, yeah. That's an English accent. It sounds Cockney-esque. My accent, no, not mine exactly, but closer.
Cute as hell, but
Yeah.
But
I wouldn't personally.
You wouldn't personally choose it.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you mind continuing this interview?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
I know why we're here.
Do you proudly tell people that you have DID, or is that something that you keep more of a secret?
Depends on the person.
Yeah.
Like, if it's a professional situation,
Yeah.
or something where if somebody does have like stigma around it.
I can't stop thinking of people I know that talk like that. I know they've switched accents and stuff, but it's like that just sounds like people from here, right? Like shit. That's just like can't not hear that. It's weird. It's like weird hearing accents like that.
Very, I don't know, like not open to it or a little bit oppressive around it. That could be like seriously damaging to whatever we're trying to do.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's just safer to like.
Wait. Sorry, this is a thought. Is this supposed to be Michael Caine? This is the Protector one, right? Like, I'm genuinely being serious. That would make sense. Has she heard, like, Michael Caine's accent and then gone, that's what it's based on? The brain has based it. And that would make a lot of sense. The primary protector, yeah. So, and she's American, right? And, like, maybe it's supposed to be Michael Caine. That's the first thing I thought of when I hear it. You're only supposed to blow the bloody doors off. She's British. This sounds like Michael Caine. He has an accent normally. Everyone has an accent normally. Kyle's is just more obvious. What do you mean more obvious? Everyone has an accent. Everyone has an accent. All people have accents. All of them have accents. But the Kyle's one sounds specifically like Michael Caine, closer to Michael Caine. So like it's thicker noticeably. That's what I mean. I wonder if that's literally the brain is looked at a character and associated it with a character. Like that accent specifically as well, right? Like that voice, because I can't not hear that and think Michael Caine, right? Like Italian Job and stuff, right? That's what I thought of. So it's like, I wonder if there's a link there between the Protector thing. Like, I wonder if some of their Protectors, you got like the the Hollywood characters or something like that, like the but shit, I wonder if like certain of them have that kind of thing.
The most annoying question you get about DID.
Honestly, the one that bothers me most is who's the real one.
Yeah.
Because that really is like, we're all real though.
Yeah.
And also, like, oh, well, psychologists don't believe DID exists. Yeah, they do. It's been like...
If psychologists didn't believe DID exists, why would it have a name from psychologists? Why would they have named it? They're gonna name it and don't believe it exists. They're like, shit, psychologists, write this down. We don't believe in DID. That's one of the things we don't believe in. Right.
In the DSM and the ICD, but it's in there, like it's recognised worldwide as a treatable disorder with, you know, a known cause, and there's a ton of medical evidence behind it. Like people have been in CAT scans and brain scans and stuff and switched while they're in there, and you can literally see different parts of the brain lighting up.
How do you feel about the way DID is portrayed in pop culture?
I blame social media for any negative things, like Split and Mr. Robot. Split, I don't know Mr. Robot. I know Split, but I've not watched it. I just know of Split. Or maybe I have watched it and I just don't remember.
One of the more interesting, like, kind of positive ones. Split was actually, like, what drove me into plural activism, because I was, like, not planning on talking about it. What's sad about that movie is, like, James McAvoy said in an interview in Good Morning America, I think, that he watched a lot of YouTube videos by multiples to understand the role, but that he couldn't find anyone to talk to study for the role. So it kind of feels like a form of stealing, because
Why? I disagree with that point completely. I mean, no, I disagree with that point. He tried to base it in some degree of reality, and then like looked these things up to try and investigate it. Like, I don't feel that's stealing. I think that.
Then he took those kind of interesting physical portrayals that kind of were accurate, maybe pushed, but then used them to represent a really awful situation that I won't even describe.
But like, let him finish the point. Lol. Yeah, I know where he was going because it's Split, and so that's the horror one, isn't it? Right. I know where he was going with that point. I disagree with that point completely. I'm sorry, but like someone with a mental disorder being shown in a negative light, I don't think is a negative thing. Because I think if you would show that same situation with a normal person, as we would assume is normal, them doing it is just as bad. So I don't really feel that's a valid point. I mean, unless you think people are different based on that. Like, him doing awful stuff is because the person does awful stuff. Right? Some of them are really nice in Split. I think maybe I have watched Split. I know parts of it, but like, I can't remember if I just remember seeing bits of the trailer of it, or if I actually watched it with someone. I watched too many films to remember all of them. I don't think that it's fair to, well, the film's negative, but that doesn't mean DID's negative. just the character is negative with DID. Like, if at any point you have a character in like a wheelchair, but they're the bad guy, do you now think that all people in wheelchairs are bad? No, I don't. I just think that that person who is in a wheelchair is bad. I kind of disagree with that.
Without even understanding the nuance behind it.
Yeah.
I think it offends me.
It's offensive.
We're scared people often. We're not monsters. We're not out to get people. We're most often hiding from monsters.
We had this friend, right?
I still think that, like, you know, someone who does something bad, right, even with a mental disorder, it just, like, that's the same kind of thing as, like, the act itself is bad, right? So, like, I still disagree with the character was a bad person in it. Like, maybe if people don't know about DID, then they'll think that all people with DID do that, which could be, but that's a misunderstanding of it, and I don't think that that's that bad. I think people just need to be educated on this stuff. I think it's as simple as that. Like, so that you know that DID doesn't just mean that, like, well, if you have it, everyone with it does this.
Right? And after we told them we had DID, this was Chloe at the time, and they were walking, and Chloe said, I'm sorry, I'm getting switchy, I might switch. And this was like the first time this friend had seen them. And they were like, they looked really scared, and they literally moved away, and they said, it's not going to be a murderer, is it? Like, she was 100% serious. She was like, are they going to hurt me? Do I need to be, like, do I need to, like, be scared?
Was her only exposure to DID through things like Split?
I don't know, but we've also had comments on our channel, like, of people saying that
Mm.
teachers have used Split to educate their students about DID, as in, like, this is an example of DID. Like,
How do you feel about
class.
that?
It is bollocks. Like, oh, it's ridiculous. It is so damaging. Like, there are some stuff it gets right. Like, yeah, it's done through trauma. Yeah, there can be protectors and persecutors. But we're not superheroes. There's no the beast. We ain't going to hurt you. We ain't going to kidnap you. Like, people with DID are created with DID. It's developed because of trauma. We are no more likely to be dangerous than any other member of society, and in most cases we are less likely because of what we've been through. Most people are more likely to return to the situation of being a victim or being abused rather than an abuser.
What do you think the biggest misconception is surrounding DID?
I'll let them finish the point, and then I'll comment on it, right?
Miserable. I've definitely had my rough days, weeks, months,
but it's not
years.
constant.
It's gotten better.
Yeah.
And I think that's the part that we don't tell.
A lot of people think that it's really rare, but the same percentage of people who have ginger hair have DID.
What is that, 1 to 3%?
Oh.
1 to 3%, yeah, which means it's as common as bulimia, more common than schizophrenia, who either haven't...
Well, yeah, schizophrenia is, like, objectively worse, right? Just, like, that's just, there's no control in that one.
Known it or you ain't known it. If they don't want you to know, you won't know.
If there's anyone watching who has DID but maybe is uncomfortable or experiencing fear about the idea of letting people know due to the negative stigma and judgment, is there anything that you'd want to say to them?
You're not alone. A lot of folks experience being many people, parts, alters,
Hmm.
identities in one body. It's okay if it's hard sometimes. The world isn't set up for us to have an easy time as folks with DID.
Like, I'm dissociating now, and...
Wait. It's like the brain realigns itself as they do this, right? Which makes sense again. Said reboot. I'll let it get to a point and then I'll comment on what I thought that, like, bit.
You can answer it.
Oh no.
Let me know when you want me to ask
There's
it again.
somebody else here, I'm sorry.
Oh, no problem.
Hi.
Hey. How you doing?
I'm good.
There's one, there's one, the littles.
Explain to you what's going on. We're in the middle of.
What do you mean there's the little...
About DID.
We have DID.
Yes, you do.
Yeah.
The littles one, or that.
Yeah.
Do you feel comfortable talking about
Of the...
DID?
There's one of the littles. Okay, that... I was thinking, how's that worded? My brain was like... There's one of the littles.
Ask the one that I just asked Kyle.
Okay.
And Kyle mentioned that Nin wanted to come out and answer this one. Do you feel comfortable answering this one?
I don't know what it is yet.
Okay, all right.
I can't answer it till you tell me what it is.
Okay. If there's anyone watching who has DID and is maybe nervous about the idea of coming out and talking about it with people because their fear of the judgment that they might receive or anything like that, is there anything that you'd want to say to them? Any kind of advice that you'd want to give them?
I say...
And you can say that to camera if you want.
The camera?
Yeah.
What about the man behind the camera? Hi. You have
Robert
such good
Butler
hair.
the third. Well, not the third, third one.
When you have
Third
the
iteration.
you feel very alone. And it feels like you're going crazy. And there's no way anyone can understand. And there's no way you can have a good life. And this is it. It's gonna be bad life forever. It's always gonna be living bad memories, people thinking bad things, and it's not. And even when it feels like that, it feels so bad. And the memories are so bad.
It's okay, take your time. And if you want a moment, it's okay. And if you want to cut this part out or anything like that, we totally will.
Okay.
Yeah, so take your time.
But we felt like that. And now everything's different.
What's different?
We're not alone anymore.
Is that a better feeling?
I'm sorry.
It's okay, don't be sorry.
That's why you're here.
These interviews are great. I just need to say that, right? I mean, I still can't believe this guy's just smoshed. And I think of Smosh videos to go to this, right? These videos are great.
Here to talk about this and to feel these feelings.
I feel like that has to be
if you
said.
wanna Stop for whatever reason.
I still have disagreements with parts of this video. But yeah.
Somebody else is here.
You can let them speak whenever you want.
I'm really sorry.
Don't apologize.
I'm too small.
Yeah, it's okay. You have no reason to apologize.
What happened?
I don't remember the name. Years old.
Wait. And so, like, that switch, they did, wait, let's just, I want to rewind a couple of seconds. Wait.
I'm really sorry.
Don't apologize.
Nin's back. No, but like,
It's
but
okay. You have no reason to apologize.
is there a cut here at any point?
What happened?
Right. There wasn't a cut there, right? No cut. Because if there isn't, that one's a lot faster. And like, think about it. We're going back to the computer analogy. The parent who's much better at using a keyboard logs in immediately. Just types out the password, bang, back in. The kid trying to figure out their password takes ages, right? Clunking about, right? The less mature ones, sort of, they take a lot longer to get into the device because they're younger, right? So they're rubbish with keyboards. But like, think about it. That was a lot quicker, a whole lot quicker, right? I wonder if it takes a lot longer to get back into, well, when a more, no, because the host of the system, the other identities probably help pull back the little one from fronting. I wonder if it's because it has more knowledge to do that. It's smarter at doing that, so it's more in control. Other identities can help pull away from the one fronting or keep one fronting for longer. Well, yeah, it's your parents' computer, so they're in charge of it. The analogy still works, right? So, like, the parent in this situation knows how to get in the computer and takes priority over the kid. If the kid's like, I want to play video games, the parent's like, shitbag, it's my computer, so they kick them off. And I mean, in that term, it also makes sense, because, like, they kick them off, my computer, I pay for it, right? They remove them, which also makes sense. And because they know their password, they swap back quicker. There's caretaker identities made for taking care of the littles. Exactly, and they can go play with them. That's the younger siblings. Caretaker might have pulled away the little one. Well, exactly. Those are called siblings. That's like an older sibling who's like, take your little, brother or sister out for a walk, right? Something like that. Or go to the park together, right? Bang. Big brain. A family household computer. Man, this analogy is good. I'm going to fit this into everything. It's going to work, okay? Think about it in terms everyone can understand. This is a good analogy. I'm going with this, right?
Happened.
I don't remember the name. Years old.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Gave a really good response.
Can I still do it too?
You want to do it too?
I do, yeah. Is that okay?
Yeah, absolutely.
And she's not that sad, Nin. Like, and then, like, look at it. Because again, if we go back to like the Inside Out thing, it's like one of the different personalities has taken over. Like, and again, I guess using personalities in this sense, right? I'm using it in reference to Inside Out. Like, it's like Joy's taken over, right? Over like the other one with like Troy. And so they're not really needing to feel sad as much because that's for a different alter to take over. Right? I guess segmenting it up to deal with the one best suited to deal with it is the one that deals with it. It's like going into every Pokemon battle with the correct countermatch. It makes sense to do on paper, right? Like that sounds great to do, and that's what the brain does. It's going in. You're going in to the fire gym as Nin, right? With a water Pokemon. However, what if suddenly they bring out something that's a counter to you in the long term? It's not as great for that, but in the short term, it seems to make sense on paper. Shit, I'm going to get more analogies in.
It's okay to take your time with it. Nobody's entitled to information about why this has happened or anything deeply personal about how you exist as you are. But there is absolutely nothing to be ashamed of. We see you and we believe you.
I actually have a parting gift for you, a best interviewer shirt that you can get at Padildoshop.
Wow.
But you can have this for free.
Wow.
16 people get to wear one shirt.
This is Petra, this is Joy, and this is Z. Listen to all of us when we say, subscribe to Anthony Padilla.
That was great. All right, you got 5 seconds to shout out or promote anything you want directly into camera. Go.
An origin story. Oh,
And
mine.
check out the pluralassociation.org. Some great activists are doing some organizing for
Right,
community.
I'm going to complain about something and then we're done.
If you're looking for somewhere to feel safe, there are loads of Facebook groups.
Definitely you should subscribe to him because 16 of us really enjoyed this. And
That's why you're using your 5 seconds?
Yes, yes.
Thank you
okay?
so much,
Thank
Nan.
you.
I feel like I understand the wondrous world of dissociative identity disorder just a little bit more.
Thank you for having me.
After spending the day with these people with DID, I've come to understand just how nuanced the discussion of this disorder is and how important it is to be accepting and supportive.
I mean, I agree with
of
that part,
everyone,
right.
Because you never truly know what may be occurring behind the scenes.
You assume a lot of
See you later,
things.
bye, guys.
Press a like.
Right. Go to Dissociative DID's channel. Go sub.
Sometimes it's flattering
No,
that people want
we're not
to,
logged in.
look after us and stuff. Can I tie my hair up? So?
Do whatever you got.
The whole point of this is I'm just trying to keep it kind of like so we'll just see what people put me onto.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right.
Yeah.
Plus, if I'm on, I use Revanced on my phone. I don't even know if I can log in there.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, the thing is, I'm not subscribed to anyone on YouTube.
Can I put it over my leg?
I'm not even joking. I've not subscribed to a single person on my YouTube account.
Yeah.
I used to subscribe to people when I used to watch YouTube.
I thought that was the decision that we were settled on.
She went above and beyond.
Apparently, yeah.
Yes.
So I don't know. No, we're not doing another one. We're ending here, right? But I had a complaint, right? I wanted to complain about the thingy, right? I do disagree with that whole complaint about Split. I don't think it's wrong for you to show someone who has a mental illness in a bad light, right? But I also that because I wouldn't think it's wrong if they showed a person who is what you could say normal in a bad light. You know, I think that's less equal. It'd be wrong if I said, oh, I can make a film about this person being a bad person, but I can't make a film about someone with DID being a bad person. Right? That's not treating it as an equal thing. Okay? They can be a bad person. You could be a bad person and have DID. You could be a bad person and have nothing wrong with you. Right? So you can just be a bad person in general. That's the part people have to understand, right? Bad acts are bad because they're bad, right? Mental health orders may be the thing that causes certain of those events, but the bad act itself is separated from anything the human thinks about it. It's like, we've decided that murdering people is wrong, so all murder is wrong, right? It's just wrong. There aren't situations where... So I do disagree that, like... I mean, I guess you could say, well, that's then created the negative of, like, if somebody sees someone with DID, they think of that film. That's probably because there's not enough out there about DID. Maybe people should be better educated on it. So, and I do get that there's a switch. It's not about being the guy being a bad person, though. It's about them showing an unreal stigma. They can just randomly switch into psycho murder at any point, which is very harmful to it. But there are probably cases where some can. And if there is one case of showing a bad film and a bad example where one person did, there are loads of people that suffer with things like schizophrenia. Recently, we had one over here with someone suffering from schizophrenia. They've been deemed to be clinically insane. They killed 3 people, right? But the majority of people with schizophrenia don't do that. The majority of people with mental health disorders don't do bad things. But if you want to do a film about someone doing a bad thing while having a mental health disorder, I think that's perfectly acceptable. I do. I think that's perfectly okay to show someone doing something wrong with a mental disorder. And I think you're more of an idiot if you then just say, like, you know, well, all people, if you assume that 100% of people do because of one bad case, that's when you're truly being stupid. Like, you go, oh, well, I saw the film about some guy with DID, so all of the people with DID are bad. That's truly being stupid. If you allow yourself to go, well, there's a 1% chance that like, you could be talking to 100 people with DID and one of them's like split levels of stuff, right, out of them, right? So why would you assume all of them are? I mean, that's the thing, like, you know, I think it's perfectly acceptable to show a negative to kind of this side of it, but I think it's wrong when you say 100% of people with DID are like this, right? No one is split level. That's the thing. No, I'm sure there probably are going to be cases where people are. I'm sure if you looked at everyone who's had DID, you could find cases where someone was at split level. Well, not maybe everything in it, but from this I remember seeing of it. I'm sure there are people, there's, you know, one of the split identities is just a muscular beast that rips people in half. Well, yeah, okay, that part maybe not. But, like, I'm certain that the majority of everything else you can get with it. And that's the point. Like, but I don't think it makes sense to say, here's one case of someone doing something bad with a mental health disorder, and then saying that all people with a mental health disorder that have this one do that. That's also a stupid stance. If you go, well, I saw one film where this guy who had schizophrenia, they did something awful, so all people with schizophrenia do awful things. It's like, no, that one bad person did, right? It's like the Austrian painter that never made it to art school, right? Because he wasn't great at art. You know, he was bad. But there are a lot of Austrian painters that didn't make it to art school who didn't do awful things. And why would you then say, well, one did? So it's a negative view. I think that's what equality is about, right? Letting everyone be included in it. Why exclude people from being portrayed? You can say it's negative, but Split talked about DID. It showed it off. It portrayed it in a negative light, but it showed it off. It showed it existed. It's more credit than other things have done. I mean, as one of them said, like, you know, people saying it's not even real. Split accepted it's real and went with it. I mean, I'd say that's more equal than a lot of things give it credit, even for showing it in a negative light. I think it's better to portray these things for like what they are and what they aren't, to show that they exist, than remove them from existing at all. I mean, it's paid more credit to say that this exists and this is one case of it. But that's the thing. You can't base every situation on one situation you've had or one situation that exists. That's also a stupid way, right? If you had a bad experience with someone, I can't with this take. Are we raiding anyone? I don't think so, because I'm like actually being lazy, right? And I think it's just you here anyway, because I'm dipping after this this stream, right? This take is perfect, and I stand by it, right? One negative light on a mental health disorder is completely fine, right? As long as you don't assume that everyone with that mental disorder acts the same, because they don't. Like, it would be pretty stupid to go, oh, well, I saw a film and someone had DID and they did a bunch of bad things, so all people with DID do bad things. It's like, no. One person did. Loads of criminals have like, some of them have mental disorders. But do you know how many more people have that mental disorder without being a criminal? Yeah. Like, it's like the majority of people with insert mental disorder, out of the two major films, that's 50% bad portrayal of the disorder. Yeah, so the solution to that is just portray it in more things. I'm heading out now, have a good one. If you like mental disorders and you haven't played it, go play Hellblade: Senua's Sacrifice, right? That's about psychosis. Highly recommended, right? So, yeah, I'm heading out too. All I'm saying is we should just get more portrayals from different sides in the media, right? That would be the best thing we could do. Right, best thing you can do, just more films with DID, more projects with that stuff. Simple. Then that balances it out. You can have good and bad for both things. You can show people with mental disorders in a bad light and in a good light. It's fine. All right, well, yeah, we're heading out now. So peace to everyone. This has been a long one. I feel like it's been a longer one than recent ones have been. It has. That's true, but at least this is good. Well, I'm not editing this down. What this means, I'm going to kick out the start. My friends and I want to start. I'm going to try and say this again. My friends and I want to make a game adventure. You could stick a character with DID in there. Show some positive portrayals of them, or some negative ones, whichever way you want to take it. That's the art of storytelling. You can take it any way you like. That's why stories are interesting. That's why films and stuff are interesting. Right, let's just put the ending screen. For extra exposure of DID, I want to put a character in with DID. Exactly. Or do it. Show it in whichever light you want. You could do it, take it whichever way you want. I think it's interesting. I think it's good that you get different stances and looks at it there. I think the best way to have equality and stuff is to represent every side of an argument. Right? Even sides that you might say are bad. I think having something like Split is a good thing, because if you come out and create something really positive, you got something to bounce it off. You go, here's a negative look at DID, here's a positive look at DID. It wouldn't be positive if all of the stuff about DID was positive. It wouldn't be positive, it would just be the expected, right? I mean, look, you got to have the ups and downs, right? That's the ultimate thing. If everyone's a 10, no one is. I think that's my favorite way to look at stuff, right? You've got to have goods and bads, otherwise it doesn't work. Right, that's enough philosophy waxing. Peace, because okay syndrome. Hey, nothing should be okay. You need good and bad, right? That's the problem of evil solved, right? Trust me, I've done enough philosophical debates on that topic to argue that problem of evil isn't such a thing, right? The problem of evil is not real. It's a stupid argument, and you need evil. Evil things make things good. Without evil, how could there be good? Without good, how could there be evil? Exactly. Right. No more philosophy. We'll do philosophy next time. We'll do something next time. Back on Fridays for more StoryLine. That's what I've called this. So, yeah. Peace, everyone.